Hey, party people. You guys must be a little bit sick and tired of waiting. Hold on. Here we are weeks later, and we're still holding out. Let's go and get the show on the road.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. It's been a minute, y'all. It has been a while. Your girl's clearly sick. I don't know if you guys can hear from my nasally voice. God, I've actually been avoiding showing this one off. This version's not so cute. Hey, Alex. I don't know if you're actually on the list. Hey, Libra Queen. Hey, Mina. Girl, I have been sick. That's how your girl's doing, okay? I've been sick. I'm purging. I'm in purging season. It's been an interesting one, but I am over other aspects of purging season, so I figured I'd come on here. I'm probably going to be here till about midnight, the latest, guys. We're going to try and get through this assignment real quick. I just got the memo. Oh, I miss y'all. Okay? I got the memo that I was slipping on consistency class, so your girl had to come and stop in. I was like, hell no, I'm Pisces. Do you know how hard that was? So I had to come into the space, y'all. And there will be some nasally moments. Your girl will have to blow it out sometimes. Okay, I got my little paper right here, nice and ready. Okay. Yeah, you can add Kayla 11th on the list. I think, what's her face? Nadira was in here at some point as well. I did see her. Hey, Kayla girl. Oh, dang, I missed you guys. Yes, Nadira was in here as well. I've been picking up on downloads for her in the last couple of weeks whilst I've been out as well. So we'll add her to the list as well. I know she's like supported us a couple of times. I think there may be people that might not actually even show up in here. So we'll just add her on the list. Ready to get her in. No, that's cool. We'll add Nadira as well because I've been getting downloads for her. I haven't tuned into this space. I've just kind of like sent energy her way, but it was just one of those situations where I was already sort of like anticipating that she might be in here, needing some guidance as well. So yeah, this is why I had to come in on assignment, because Saturn is retrograde and the energy is crazy. I don't know how you guys are feeling. Obviously, it's retrograde in my sun, so it's a little bit much, to be honest. But sorry, y'all see me getting decks upon decks upon decks because your girl's getting ready. Okay, I'm getting ready for all of this stuff. It's been a minute. Like, the channels are tintillating. The guides have been like wanting to be able to come into this space as well, but my body's been body's been down, guys. But I am at a better place than I've been in a few weeks, so we're moving. We are moving. Yes, y'all. Oh, thank you for updating the list, Mina. We appreciate you. How's everybody doing? How are you guys doing? How's my downtime been treating you guys? How's life been lifing? It's definitely been lifing, y'all. Let me know how's it been for you guys this season of class. Right? Make sure I got as much space as I can get. Hey, Nadira, my love. I was just saying to the guys, I've been getting downloads for you, so we added you to the list. You're last on the list, though, because you were kind of like the last person to come in. But I was anticipating having a connection with you tonight, girl. So we got you on the list. Drama. Whoa, listen, tell me about it. Won't Saturn do it? Ugh. I'm just like, can we bring it down? Oh, yeah. I've been missing you guys. Definitely. Life has been crazy. I feel like the energies are just like, whoa, retrograde season is definitely in the building, yo. It's just like, calm down, man. Snap. I was only just getting okay with life. I was just figuring out the rhythm. And then retrograde season happens, and then the waves are like this. You're like, oh, that's what we do in Saturn? That's what we do? Then Neptune comes and adds to the mix, and it's just like, oh, I am. How have you guys been at experiencing everybody's Neptunian energy? Because I feel like that is on 10 at the minute, where delusion is so grand. How are you guys finding that? You may need to do that, Kayla, okay? Because this season is definitely some. Oh, I feel like I had a conversation with God today. I was like, no, no, y'all just doing extra stuff. Y'all are doing extra stuff. I was like, this is too much. I had to have a conversation. I was like, really, seriously, class is classing right now, y'all. Okay, it is classing right now. It's bringing all the ex back. They losing their mind. Listen, they done lost their mind. Okay, that retrograde energy, going back, reflecting, getting new perspectives. Oh my god, seriously, it's a lot. Fancy girls purging. Okay, I'm purging. I know Smaradinia did post. She got it out there straight away. Let me go back and see if I can find her thingy. Just catching up with the gang. It's been a minute, y'all. We're like 6 minutes in. You know, it takes like a good 18 minutes to get us started. I'm joking. Joking. But statistics will show, like, analytically speaking, my mind just did some analytics there on average. Yeah, taking advantage of it. Listen, I'm like, whoa, whoa. The energies are just like, I'm like, what more do you want from me? What mean is this? Where is my node? It's just so, it's been chaos, yeah. My human's been having little meltdowns in places. I even had a meltdown today. I was working actually until not too long before I told y'all that I was eating. That's just how life has been for me. Work and doing the most regardless. I'm just like, God, this is too much. Y'all are asking too much. I cannot handle this. Y'all think too highly of me. Let's bring the bar down. That was conversation today, actually. But yeah, bar still raised. I got goals, y'all. So here I am. Right, let's get into Smaraginia's question because yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. But I'm glad that you guys have been keeping well, right? I'm glad the universe has been treating you well for the most part. The exes are coming back because obviously they're acknowledging value. So we'll go and unpack all that stuff. But retrograde season is definitely here, safe to say. You guys did some skydiving as well. I'm gonna see if I can indoor. This was before I got sick. Okay. That was the weekend I was having family time. And then love how you managed to laugh through difficult time. Listen, when I observe my human having meltdowns, it's actually pretty funny to me. There's a part of me that's like, girl, you okay? And then on the other side, I'm like, get yourself together. It's funny. There's humor in there. Oh, and God's got a really good sense of humor during this season as well, guys. So definitely what I think it was like Kayla who said she was like expecting the unexpected. God is definitely having some of those moments. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know if I signed up for this scene. I'm not so sure. No, I do. I've got a video. I was gonna upload and share the video. Maybe we'll see at the end. I'll like share with whoever's still here. Y'all can see me. I actually did fly. I was like one of the only ones from my like family group, from the group that I was with, period. I was like, right, guys, listen, this is a once in a lifetime. We did like 1 minute first and then the second go round. I was like, look, I need to fly this time, guys. I need to feel what you guys are feeling. Like, lift me up. They did. I could barely manage my weight, but I flew for like all of 3 to 5 seconds. It was cool. I'll share the video. We'll see. Well, let's dive into Smaraginia's question, though. Okay. 10 minutes in. That's not bad, girl. How is G feeling about me and what will happen between us? We started talking again. Oh, in retrograde season, girl. You sure you want to do that? Let's go to the cards. Let's go to the cards. Hey, Ash. How you doing, beautiful? It has been a minute. Oh, delays, scattered energy. You guys are definitely, he is coming back on some Knight of Wands energy. You know, he's like the little horny devil. This is the spirit of lust. Live in action. Okay, let's have a little look and see. All right, Smaradinia. Interesting. Okay. Oh, someone's feeling lonely. I think in terms of his energy as well. I think he was feeling pretty lonely. And I think it's just a case of him wanting to be able to sort of come back and revisit the space. Like, this is what I'm saying. Exactly what's already been sort of like getting put out here about like the previous situations. Yeah. They're obviously going through a reevaluation stage, really observing, really seeing you. Okay, so some of the trauma has been lifted off the filtering, which is why they're able to see a little bit more clearly at the minute, right? We're going through the same processing and updating as well. My question to you is, why did you guys like disconnect in the first place? Answer me that question there, because I'm going to clarify what I've got going on here. Right, these are his feelings, but we want to clarify the intentions. Y'all know how this goes. We got unpack. We're gonna unpack and unpack and unpack until we have like full clarity. So yeah, why did you guys disconnect in the first place? Clarify to me with the romance angels, guys. Oh, thank you. Oh, heart-to-heart conversations. That's what he missed. So that's what he missed in this space. There was a sense and a feeling of loneliness because it felt like there wasn't necessarily like sharing oneself, I guess. He wasn't ready and he flirted elsewhere. Yeah, but he's missing the heart-to-heart conversations now. I think like things were a little bit surface for him. In terms of some of the connections that he had. He really liked, like, you know, the actual, like, genuine care, I guess. I think he would ask questions and actually listen. That's the best way that I can put it. You'd ask questions and actually listen in comparison. And you're quite, like, quick and witty as well. So I think it's one of those situations where he misses like that natural nature of your character. He was hoping that you were past any resentment for his prior indiscretions, we'll call it that. And he's kind of like open to change. I think now, I think I wouldn't say that he's completely ready to kind of like settle down per se and do the whole family thing, because that's not really necessarily where he's at. But it seems to be that like things feel a little bit more harmonious and you guys are kind of like at the right place at the right time. You're just the right level of lonely as well, right? Because this is like the quality that's attracting both of you guys into each other's space, right? So we've got to be mindful of that, because if any of you struggle with abandonment issues, this may be an abrupt ending, the next Mercury retrograde. So, yeah, interesting. The heart-to-heart conversations, we're going to look and see how things are going to play out between you guys, because they're already having a conversation with me in the romance deck on potentially what the intentions are with this situation as well. So we're gonna get into it, right? How do you see things playing out between them moving forward? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Talk to me. How do you see things playing out? Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, in what direction? Sorry, I gotta unpack it, girl, so we can have a proper conversation about it. In what direction? Speak to me about that. Hey, SK. Talk to me. What direction will the transition take them? Okay. Okay, girl. Ding ding. Ready for round 2. Okay. Right. So, this is why I kind of like asked the question in terms of what caused the initial disconnect, because obviously we're dealing with cycles here. That's what retrograde season's all about, and the cycle begins again. It's round 2 for the cycle, girl. Just going to be honest with you. This is why I was asking the question in what direction, because they were showing that there's an opportunity for a transition, right? And I wanted to understand, because you guys are navigating through the path, what likelihood is the outcome going to be. And it's kind of lack of appreciation, going back into waves of like not necessarily nurturing the connection, taking things for granted, not necessarily making an effort in places, and you kind of feeling a little bit hopeless about the situation ultimately. Are they making an effort now? Like, what's the situation? Are they putting in much work? They earning it, like your attention at the minute? Because I don't know that they've learned their lesson. They just kind of like felt like they wanted to continue to bask in your light, really, to be honest. Just saying. Answer me that one. Right, we're going to ask the angels on what the advice is for you on this. Okay. We're going to just check in and ask them what the advice is. But yeah, I did ask a question, right? My question to you, he promises things. Oh, how good is he at fulfilling his promises? I don't know if he will do. I don't think he knows if he will do either, girl. Okay, so what's happened is that he had some regrets, right? After things kind of like went the way that it went the first time during this cycle, like when this class occurred with you guys, he left it having some regrets. Now, in the midst of those regrets, I feel like that's what's kind of led him back into this space during these retrograde seasons. I don't know, because we got so many planets in retrograde right now, like doing their thing. I don't know that he's learned what he needed to learn, because I don't know that he actually was like cognitive of what the actual issues were. Do you see what I'm saying? He just felt a type of way. I think the universe is also trying to answer your prayers as well, because like I said, the thing that's attracting you guys to each other at the minute is a sense of loneliness. And because of that, I think he's in this space for all the wrong reasons. We did speak about the energy of the Knight of Wands before we sort of like really dived into the reading. Obviously, that's usually the spirit of lust in full-blown occurrence, right? In all of its luxuriousness. But because I guess you're vibrating from that place of loneliness, and obviously that's how you're manifesting sort of like a love or a romantic connection, romance class basically. So he's what you kind of like manifested, because he was also feeling lonely. It's kind of like a disconnect. He's having a disconnect from the people that he was entertaining as well, because it wasn't necessarily going anywhere. He wasn't really like peeling back the layers of himself. And I think he likes to make grand gestures. Like, that's a thing for him. I think he likes to do that, and he kind of gets a like, it strokes his ego to be able, like, Iron Man. Like, that's the energy that he's giving me with that, right? For him to be able to do that, and make like grand gestures, but sometimes like he's not all the way connected to like intention, and the meaning behind it may not always connect as well, which is why he falls short with the manifesting of it, unfortunately. I think he does things sometimes for the wrong reasons, and he doesn't necessarily know how he's moving in certain situations, or why he's moving in certain situations the way he's moving. So I think he needs to go back to that class and kind of like really review. And I think that that's what's going to happen in this second wave, because I think the cycle of lack of appreciation is going to manifest itself again. I don't want to say I give it like that, but I'm presuming you guys are going to be sitting this class for about 2 to 3 months, really, 2 to 3 months, and it might fizzle a little bit. Give him a shot. I think he means well. Okay, my question to you is, do you want something serious right now? Because he's not there yet. I mean, he likes the talk of everything. He's got some regrets, but he's not really there to kind of like align in the manifesting of it all just yet. And I think his mouth is moving a lot faster than his feet can move. That's the best way that I can put it, because he's saying things that he's not fully aligned with just yet within himself. And his feet can like get to those places as quickly as his mouth is like producing this content, right? Okay. What do you guys advise a girl to do with this situation when it comes to G? Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. If we can, I'm okay. Okay. I know he's not for stable things, but I want him. Well, God, you and a bunch of others. There's at least 3 of y'all that want him. So yeah, it's a tricky one, girl. Their advice is not to necessarily wait on the situation, to be fair. They're just like, it's not necessarily going to improve. I think at the minute, like, he's feeding into his Neptunian energy, and he's really feeding others Neptunian energy. I don't think he's learned from his previous behavior. Can he be loyal? What do you guys think? They said, let it go, girl. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, sorry, Gina. I awkward laughing moments, right? Because obviously it's not the best information to kind of receive. That's how I receive my own downloads as well. I'm just like, oh my God, that sounds so cruel. But yeah, they're advising, I guess. It's gonna fizzle within the next 2 to 3 months. There's 3 of you guys that want him, and he's kind of navigating his way, I guess, through it. I think for the most part, he really likes you. I do think that you bring something different to the table. I think like he likes your curiosity, and I think he likes the way that you guys are able to engage in conversation. I think he likes the places you take him in conversations, but I don't know that he's ready to like let go of his previous behavior just yet. I don't know that he can be loyal, girl. I don't think he's ready for that just yet. In about 2 months or so. Yeah. Oh, hey, so amazing. Yeah, that part, right? I am. I'm trying my best to take care of myself. I had to come in here as well. That was definitely a part of taking care of myself. I was like, oh my God, I miss my peeps. And I was like about to start declining in consistency, Claire. So I had to get here. I was like, no, I'm battling my Pisces energy. Don't do that to me. Saturn, please stop. Oh God. Yes, look at you guys. It is sad. I know that it's not the best news, my love, but I think I, and I say this quite a bit, but we have to be mindful in the places that we're manifesting from, because you're manifesting this romance experience from the sense of loneliness. It's manifesting more loneliness, like long term or short term, I guess. It's kind of like you'll have these little bats of feeling like there's a connection, and that will give you hope, and then that will kind of like get you to a place where it elevates you a little bit. And then when those moments kind of like becomes conflicting, when you kind of like have those moments where the energy is just combative, right? Because I think the main issue that you guys will say again during this class is lack of appreciation. That seems to be the undertone of why this didn't manifest like consistently previously. And I think that the lessons haven't been taken into consideration to really exhaust a different type of outcome, unfortunately. And I am sorry, my love. I would say really kind of like open yourself up to the possibility of being able to kind of like be in a situation and be in consistency. I know that obviously, sitting in the space at the minute, it's not necessarily the nicest space. But you can engage and entertain. You guys will have the next couple of months to kind of like see what each other's about. It's just that he's going to show himself again. They're giving me like 2 months and 8 days. That's why I said it's kind of like navigating through a little bit of a, as far as like between 2 to 3 months. 2 months and 8 days is what they're giving me as far as like certain things starting to create that downward scope, I guess, of the trajectory for you guys, where it may just kind of like fall a little bit flat again, to be fair. So that's why I'm, just giving it to raw. But I guess, again, it's another great lesson, unfortunately. You know how these things work, right? Blessings and lessons, and there's so many classes to learn, especially for those who are willing to actually like be out here and be in class. It gets a little bit more tricky. It gets a lot more tricky, actually. But I'm going to pray for you, girl. Always. I'll definitely put you on the prayer list. Right? Oh, thank you. So amazing. Oh, I'm pleased to have you guys in my life. Trust me. This is like the one place where I'm like, oh, like, because I go around reading people, not for meaning to, even at my work the other day, like, my boss during the Saturn retrograde, there was a trigger and my boss got a little bit triggered and he projected, and then I learned so much. Like, I literally like learned so much about him in the moment of that trigger when it was off, because I generally try and keep a veil up because I don't like looking into people's files, right? I feel like it's invasive, but then they throw some emotional baggage over here, and I'm like, because I'm adept at processing my own emotional baggage, okay, like I sift through that shit, I process that shit, I'm like, this isn't mine, whose is it, where did it come from, what's the story, what's the origin, voila, now I've got all of his story, all of his file, and I'm just like, oh, what do I do with this, but then I took his little demon and transmuted it. I took it to God. It's like, by the way, Here you go. But I'm telling you, life is funny. Life is funny. What I'd say, with the situations we're dealing, give it the time that it's supposed to have, um, and take what you can from the situation. Like as you navigate through this second cycle, what have you learned about yourself? What did you do differently this time round? What would you do differently in another scenario or situation? Because there's a reason this person's also coming back in to be able to sit class with you as well, and at least you have the opportunity to do so consciously and navigate through, okay, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing here to be able to level up to what it is that I'm trying to manifest in terms of my romantic experiences, right? Just to come and bring it all the way home. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I'm not trying to put a downer on your situation. You asked the question. I just have to be honest about the timelines and what I see. Okay, but for the most part, enjoy the heart-to-heart conversations. I think that he's learning that this is something that he really actually appreciates, and those things come from having a mutual connection, and it comes from having a safe space, being in like a monogamous situation, basically, like, because that's what you want, right? But he's gonna have to learn that these are basically some of the benefits of monogamy. So that's his lesson, to sit in the space. But you guys will figure it out. You guys will kind of like at least be cordial, for the most part. It's not like it's a bad situation or anything. It just kind of fizzles again, where you question whether or not it's meeting your needs and expectations, and then you make a decision from there, really. But yeah, hope that that was useful for you, my love. Let's move on to the next little situation. Right, let's do that. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, SK, you are right in there. I love that. That's what's up. Okay. Let me go back and get the original list and store that as well, just so that I know. The what? The what? Thank you, SK. Appreciate it. Let me just load this all up. Make sure I get these all cleansed. Coming into the space for you guys. What, Niharika? I love that you start sharing your real life experiences and your previous wisdom with us so selflessly, and help us understand our lives in a better way. Oh, I appreciate that. So amazing. No, genuinely, because I want to have these conversations openly. Like, and when I have these conversations around me open, I can tell that it irks people. You know what I mean? I get it. Obviously, I'm like openly speaking about encountering people's demons and stuff. So it's going to trigger stuff neurologically speaking. But I just want to have these conversations normally so that we can. So that it can just be like a thing, right? It can just be like a thing. Because I feel like, yeah, I feel like we would actually deal with a lot less mental health issues within the collective if we could actually be a lot more vocal about all the stuff that is going on in here in our individual experiences. Because I feel like this is why we're experiencing so many distortions with humans, where they're having so much going on neurologically, and there's so many shifts. Like, he doesn't even know why he like spazzed out at me whilst I'm there transmuting like his 7-year-old demon with God, you know, like really understanding what trauma caused what sort of like behavioral responses. But I definitely want us to have like these conversations, because I know obviously we speak on it on a psychological level, but spiritual psychology is really where it's at, okay? Because there's different spirits that are like wedged in our psyche, and based on the levels of trauma that we experience in our childhood, we need to know how to navigate those things, for sure. For sure. I feel like this is why I say to you guys as well, like, this is the one place that I feel normal, because when I come and I speak about this stuff here, you guys are open. Do you see what I'm saying? You guys are actively working out yourselves and working through your own stages of stuff as well. So you guys can appreciate it. But generally speaking, people don't want to have these conversations. It's just easier not to. And I get it too. Let's dive into SK's question there. Let's go and see what SK had to say. Okay, so SK's question is, what Niharika Taluja thinking about me since July 21st when we met in college again after months? I'm Sag. She's Scorpio, no contacts. My name is Shrey. Okay, let's dive into it then, guys. Right? Let's unpack it. Interesting. Interesting already. There was an interesting theme playing out during you guys's moment of reunion. That's how we'll put it. The universe was doing the most with that scene. Okay. Let's see. What's Niharika's thought process? Okay, thank you. Oh. Yeah. I can see the okay. Thank you for the info. Oh, right. That part. Oh, I love all this love. See, this is why I miss you guys, man. She bumped into me. Okay. It's crowded. Actually, didn't expect her. That's why it was quite the scene. Trust me. The universe was like having this whole romanticized moment sort of like going on. The Neptunian energy. Yeah, the Neptunian energy is like out here with the scenes that are sort of like taking place at the minute. She got nervous, had a nervous smile. Yeah, you don't say. We've got we've got a couple of major arcanas here. Let me Thank you, so amazing. Good night to you too, my love. Sweet travels. Right, so you guys have got two major arcanas from what I can see. The undertone of this was obviously the lovers, right? We've got the lovers at the bottom of the deck. So the undertone was the lovers. That was the scene that was taking place for you guys in terms of the dynamics. But I think for the most part, right, she's actually gotten to a place of, I guess, forgiveness. I think she's kind of like got to that place of, so why was you trying to stay cold? But I don't know. I also felt the nervousness till then we went to our classrooms for tests. Yeah, you don't need to stand cold. Like now is the time for you to kind of shift the energy a bit. I guess you were probably feeling cold, trying to prepare yourself, I guess, for a defensive sort of energy. But for the most part, it seems like she's past it. I mean, she's forgiven. She hasn't forgotten. Like, let's be clear, she hasn't forgotten, but she's forgiven. I think that it's a situation where it feels like there's an element of forgiveness for the things that didn't necessarily go right in the situation, for the lack of resourcefulness. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like there's animosity in this space, right? It doesn't feel like, so we've got the Five of Cups energy here, but it's in reverse. So there's not a case of looking at the situation over and over again, just like constantly like pouring salt into the wound. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes people get addicted to the pain. They just kind of like sit there and repeat the cycle mentally over and over and over and over and kind of like feed that trauma within themselves. I told you in last reading, she unblocked me, told me she will be back and I shouldn't make a move. I didn't want to look weak. It's not, no, that's not weak at all. Or valuable. So I was standing cold. No, well, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry if I, I'm Sorry if I did not clarify, but that would be your moment, my love. Like, and cue. Do you see what I'm saying? And cue scene, right? Like, this is the moment, if anything, you go in and you kind of like charm, because that's the dynamic, I guess, that you guys kind of like played out previously. But I guess you guys are kind of moving from a little bit of rigid energy from where things kind of settled last time. I think if she was to be able to see that there's an element of, I wouldn't necessarily say vulnerability, because I feel like that word is probably too, yeah. Okay, you'll see her again on the 25th. Okay. Oh, I got a big day on the 25th as well. I'm doing like a test on the 25th as well. So we moving through some stuff on the 25th. Okay. I see you. What I would say in that situation, let's go to the romance guides and see what their guidance is on the situation, right? Definitely think that was like a moment for you guys. She's not in the same place that she was, right? She's moved past a lot of the resentment. So let's dive into it and see what's the guidance like. What should Trey do? 25th, like that's in like 3 days, y'all. What's the guidance? Thank you. Oh, interesting. Put it into perspective for me. Oh, 2 for you. What's the other class that you're sitting? You've got some major stuff going down, right? Listen, life is lifing with the classes at the minute. It's just too much. Okay, show me. What do you mean? Okay. I agree. I agree, guys. Okay. Okay. So, what they're saying on the situation, as far as like for the meetup on the 25th, it might be worth sort of, I don't know what the dynamic is as far as like if it's a group setting or what the situation is, but it might be good to sort of do a check-in. It doesn't have to be like too much, because what they're saying is that there might be an opportunity to be able to kind of like retreat just the two of you guys, to be able to have an opportunity to have a conversation to sort of clear the energy a little bit, just in terms of where you kind of are with each other now in terms of the situation, right? Because the energy of the past is kind of like clearing away. That's fading out. It's not necessarily a thing, but I guess there's still awkward conversations, you know, those first conversations that kind of like break the ice. I think they're saying that the 25th is a great opportunity to be able to kind of like clear the energy of what it has been up until now. To give it like, so it's almost like clearing the energy of the ex to be able to make room for like the future stuff. I think with the situation on the 20th, there's like a 3-minute window, 2 minutes and 50 odd seconds window, where there's an opportunity for you guys to kind of like have just a bit of an icebreaker sort of dynamic to speak. Yeah, we have common friends on 21st as well. Our common friend saw us bumped up again while leaving the college. So he was saying, talk to each other. Why getting nervous or shy, both of you? But my friend took me with him. Yeah, like you guys, there just needs to be a conversation to kind of clear the air a little bit. It's still thick and awkward a little bit in the air. And I think there's walls up, right? There's like both of you guys are a little bit, you know, walls are up. Yeah, walls are up. I see even on her end, I don't think that she means to have her walls up. I think she just kind of like feels like she doesn't really know what to expect and she doesn't know what you're going to be giving. So I think she's kind of a little bit, on edge as well, just not really knowing what sort of energy to give or bring. And I think it's kind of like a case of testing the waters and seeing where you are firstly and responding to that. So you're leading the space in terms of the temperature with the conversation. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's because she's waiting for you to lead in the space with the situation, but it's almost like she's not necessarily prepared to sort of make the first move on that, right? Yeah, that part. The luxuries of being a woman. You just sit and take the incoming. That's precisely it. So she's waiting for her moment to be approached. She's okay. I don't think that she's, rigid about the situation. She'll be a little bit awkward to begin with, I guess, just kind of like navigating through this space. But they're saying like it's all about that Seven of Swords energy. So you got to be stealthy, okay, about how you navigate through her moments of self-protection, because that's what it is. She's just protecting herself. So because she doesn't know necessarily, like I said, what energy she's going to get from you. So she's waiting for you to be able to approach, right? I'm like not prepared on the scenario yet, but with her body language, I guessed it, but I don't know what she can throw if we talk. She's gonna be direct. I'm not gonna lie to you. She's gonna be direct. I think once she kind of like gets past the initial awkwardness, she'll kind of be checking in as well. It's just consider it a check-in. Like outside of the relationship stuff, right? Outside of the relationship, you guys had a friendship. So meet each other at that point, firstly. Meet each other at the friendship point, firstly, right? It's like my friend has been living life for a while. I haven't necessarily been involved in their world. Hey, what's been going on in your world? Like check in from that space first, because then you guys are definitely going to have to obviously unpack the relationship stuff because there's stuff there. And those conversations will be awkward, yes, but it's not necessarily going to disrupt, I guess, the space too much in terms of the conversations. I'm not going to lie and say that it won't get triggered, because it will. So be mindful of like where you take the conversation, not too much ego, find the right balance with the ego, dialing it in, right? Dialing it in, the right balance, right? Because I think it's more a case of you guys pleading a little case. I think the conversation gets warmer and warmer depending on where you lead the conversation, right? If you are coming into the space and you're doing a check-in, and you seem remorseful, and you seem reflective, introspective, like you've really looked at, okay, this is potentially like what I see that I could have done differently in the situation, like as my friend, and moving from that place, I think that helps her to be able to bring her barriers down a little bit, because again, she's kind of like waiting for direction on how to be in the space, right? But yeah, let's see, what's the guidance then for SK in navigating through the space with Niharika? Okay. What's the overall guidance then in navigating through this space? It's clearly okay. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm left a mystery for her IG. Never make a move when it's expected. Always surprised. That part. You're funny. You're funny. You are fun too. No, I think that's precisely it. I guess you left her wanting more yesterday. There was some questions still left in the air. But I think with the situation, interestingly enough, they're saying the guidance for you on the 25th is that you're ready to kind of like look at some of the previous situations and sort of like communicate about how things kind of like transpired and where there was a breakdown in communication. And things will kind of, it will progress throughout the rest of the year. They're kind of showing that it will give you guys an opportunity to kind of like nurture the seed of that initial friendship for the most part. Like I said, it's kind of like checking in and seeing how your friend's doing. Obviously, your friend had a breakup. That breakup just so happened to be with you. And it's kind of doing like an emotional check-in. But yeah, I guess it's a case of saying to be mindful in terms of the way that you do communicate as well. I don't know, I should always end up talking to my male friends around me. It's just one of those things, Sometimes the universe conspires as well to continue with certain classes. I guess you guys still have unresolved issues. It needs to play out. So keep me posted on how that goes. 25th, right? I'm gonna definitely put some positive vibes out there for you. I want the guys to be extra vigilant for you that day so they can bring you all the downloads. What was her thought about you? Her thought about you overall was that she's past like the way that things actually was with you guys. She's not in a place where she's holding on to any resentments. She's not in a place where she's kind of like continuing to relive the pain. She's over it. Like respectfully, it's not that she's not over you, but she's over it. Like she's over continuing to repeat that story and narration. Like it's old. She's past it now. She's still kind of like getting past you per se, but she's past the situation. Make sense? She's still got some work to do to get you out of her system, basically. She's still got some work. There's still a desire for you there. But it's tainted by previous action. So she's just a little bit cautious. And I shouldn't even say this, right? Her self-esteem is at a place where there's still an element of curiosity that's peaked. So it's not a complete no. It's more like a 72% likelihood is what I'd say as far as like her desire for you. She just kind of wants to know that it would be a different situation. And I think for her as well, she may be a little bit defensive initially, expecting certain things. So it would take you guys a lot to kind of like work on the trust, to be fair. I'm not going to lie. Think of a random song she will be having message in it. I just felt intuitively. Okay. Oh. Oh, dang. We're going on to... thank you, SK. Thank you. That's what's up. You're too funny, Ari. I was just thinking about you, Mama. I was like, oh, where's Ari in the building? Yes, I did go live. I'm sorry, my love. It just so happened to have happened. My bad, beautiful. But hey, this is when it was possible. Clearly, you see the state I'm in and coming in here, but I just had to. I had to. I couldn't stay out of the YouTube streets any longer. I needed to be with my people. I'm telling you guys. I was like, yeah. Okay. Libra Queen says, she was next on the list, right? Yeah. Yeah, Libra Queen. Then we've got Rika. I don't know if Rika's in the room. I haven't seen Rika in the chat. I know that Ash was here at some point. Anisha. Haven't seen that person in the chat since we've been live, I don't think. Haven't seen Sammy, but Kay's on the list as well. Dang. Then there's Mina, Ricky British. He's been trying to get a hold of me for a minute as well. Then there's Kayla, and then there's Nadira. Okay, we'll see how the list actually unfolds, because there's some stuff going down. Okay, so Libra Queen wants to know, what was my daughter's intentions when he reached out to my mum? Had order protection, so court order for everything to go through his aunt. And when we tried calling, back number was disconnected. I really think he homeless, because I could drop her off at the aunt's house anytime for him to see her, but he been ghosted for months. Okay, so let me go back and see what, because you've given me like the details of the situation as well. I want to see how to sort of like put the question to the guy so I can get the most clarity for you. Oh, your girl's gonna have to blow soon. I'm getting congested, y'all. There's a build up on aisle 5. Sorry. Okay. What was my daughter's father's intentions when he reached out to my mum? So that would likely be the question, right? Then you dived into a little bit more details. Court order. Okay. Let's dive into his intentions first. Let's use the energy deck for that, because the energy deck is so good when we're talking about intentional stuff. Hey, Shaniva. The free list is closed, my love. Sorry, Ari. It really ain't personal, my love. It just so happens that that's how life is lifing you at the minute. Like, the universe is on some real, like, frustration time is on 10 right now. The universe is just like, with the frustration. So, I'm sorry, girl. I just had to be a part of that class. My bad. That whole situation was weird because he know I don't have good relationship with my mom to even call her. Okay. Right, let's dive into it. What was his intentions in connecting with her mom? Okay. Yeah, and that's precisely why he did it, my love. Exactly what you just said right there. Not weird, intentional. He was trying to get his temple path, right? Because he knows that relationship, at least he can trust that relationship is, for lack of a better way of putting it, dysfunctional enough for him not to have to be caught in the crossfire of you when it comes to situations around that. But let's see, what was his actual intentions in contacting her mom? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's precisely it. Smoking mirrors. He was just on some magician stuff, like really trying to go into contract with mum, and making sure that, that has he moved on? Question to you: is he actively in a relationship with someone else? Because they're talking to me about that aspect of the situation, so I have to ask. I think so. His other BM. Okay, yeah. Because that's why, you know. That's why. That was a suggestion on, yeah, his first child's mother. Okay. I think for the most part with the situation, that was to avoid it was to avoid a situation where it could be perceived as anything romantically. Like he went through the mum to let it really be known, like, look, there's nothing here with this person. It's not really a situation. You don't have to worry about it. That was I guess, a conversation that they had as well. It was something that was done to kind of make that counterpart feel okay. I guess special is the word that I'm hearing, to make them feel special. But it was also to make them feel okay, I guess, about how the process was going to unfold. They're a little bit, I want to say jealous of you, but they're a little bit cautious of you being around. I guess, I mean, the other counterpart, the female on the other side. So that's what was happening there as well. He was kind of like trying to curb that situation, like trying to navigate that situation so it doesn't come back to him like in a negative way or anything like that. But yeah, that was his intention in the situation, right? How do you see him moving in the space moving forward? Like, how do you see? Because that was a little bit underhanded. I get it, like he was being strategical in terms of his situation, right? But how do you see him moving in this space, just moving forward? Oh, thank you. Damn. Okay. I'll take it. Okay. Oh. Damn, y'all. Whew. Dang. I went down there and I felt like my whole life just flashed before my eyes. Not as young as I used to be, y'all. Okay, so interestingly enough, okay, moving forward. Moving forward, there's a reunion. Do you guys speak much at all? Like, what's you guys' relationship and communication like? You and your daughter's father. What's the space like between you guys? I have to ask that question because they're saying that there's a reunion that's likely to sort of take place. I have block on everything. Okay. I don't talk to him at all since I pressed charges. I think you mean to say that. I have block on everything. Yeah. Yeah. There's some sort of reunion that takes place. Not in like a explosive way or anything like that. It happens, I guess, between, I want to say by spring of next year, for him to go through the aunt. He is very childish to co-parent. Yeah, but I think as well, he was trying to be strategical about how to get around the situation. He was being strategical about how to get around the situation. What star sign? What's his sun sign? And his moon? Because that may like really impact on his psyche. I'm finding that a lot of these placements for people is really driving them mad. He's a Capricorn, okay. Interesting. Hey, Jotwani. Free list is closed, my love. Yeah. Okay, Capricorn. Interesting. Okay. Moon sign? Because obviously I can get that. He can be quite rigid. It can be a lot to navigate through. Do you know his moon? Probably. I don't know. I don't know if you've checked out his chart, but there's a reunion likely to take place in terms of how things will play out. It's likely to be, yeah, I figured. I got that download. Beautiful. Don't worry about it. You're good. It would do you some good to actually like know and understand as well. Like if he's learning how to be his rigid self and his moon is something that's like so mutable, that might be a struggle for him, which is why he has the kind of outbursts that he has, because his natural state's to be rigid, so he doesn't necessarily like change in that sense, unless it's to support, you know. When it is to disseminate and fall apart in order to rebuild, that not so much, because that's Capricorn energy likes to keep going and building and growing. Yeah, it will do you some good actually to learn so that you can understand his emotional pattern and sequence, because that's what the moon's responsible for. And the sun's psyche, basically. It's the way that the mind processes information. The ego identity. For the most part, by I want to say around about springtime of next year, there will be a reunion that's sort of like triggered between now and then. Yeah, there'll be a reunion that's going to be triggered between now and then, and it's going to be sort of like taking you guys to a place where like there's a self-sufficiency in the situation. The co-parenting dynamic seems a little bit healthier. Like everybody's dissatisfied with the whole construct of it, but it seems like it's starting to get better. That happens around about springtime of next year. Okay. What's the guidance for our girl in navigating through the space until then? Jotwani. Thank you, Mina. Free list is closed, my love. And to be fair, donation list is probably going to be closed too, because your girl's going to try and do a quick in and out. Okay? I don't know if you can hear, but I'm sick. I'm purging. I'm just here for shits and giggles, really. Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, the advice for you is to listen to your intuition. This isn't a yes, and be firm on that. Like, it's okay for it not to be a yes, and that isn't necessarily up to you. It's just based on factors of the situation and the circumstances, right? Wow, haven't seen her in months. That was his first time reaching out. Need a break at time. Yeah. Yeah, I know, beautiful. I know. But things are kind of moving. It's moving. It's moving in the right direction. It's unfolding. Yeah. It's unfolding. Sorry, I'm asking about the homeless question. Because I remember you said something about homeless. I was like, and BTW, is he homeless? Like, that's what I was asking in my mind, but I just thought I'd share that with you out loud. But yeah. Is he? Okay. Yeah, it's not that he's homeless, but he's living with somebody. He himself is not like, this is my home, but he lives with somebody, presumably the other female. So he's not homeless as far as like don't have a home, but is he houseless? Yes. Because they're two completely different things. Yes to being houseless, no to being homeless. Okay? Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. He's houseless, but he's not homeless. Oh, dude. No, that's okay. That's okay, Rika. You was on time. Don't worry, girl. I was like closing out the space, but I hope that that was useful for you, Libra Queen, my love. I hope that that was useful. Okay, you guys are just gonna keep playing this stuff out, but there's a turning point. There's a little bit of a pivot for next spring that's on the agenda. Just want the peace, like stay away or be a father. Let me ask you this question, right? Did he have a father in his life? I'm gonna ask you that question because, like, that's the first thing that they didn't say. They're like, well, it's not so simple. No. Did he have a father in his life, Libra Queen? Answer me that if you're still here. Pass away early at young age. Okay. Well, then, in that breath, all he knows is abandonment. If he hasn't necessarily processed the trauma of losing a parent and connecting, because a lot of the times what I find, and it's so hilarious to me when people are like they're crying about like their loved ones who's transitioned and they're like literally sat there watching them cry for them. Like, yo, say something to me, man. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm about to do some of that nervous laughter again. But seriously, like the guys are like literally out here like knocking on that window, like talk to me. It gets to a point where when I'm around and I am in a room, spirits will literally knock the windows because they're out here trying to speak to people who have this predisposition that now they've lost connection with their loved one who's transitioned because they no longer have a physical body. But then obviously I show up and I'm like, oh, who wants to talk? I can be a medium. Who wants to share information? But because he didn't necessarily process that naturally, this is how he knows how to be a dad, unfortunately. Until he knows something else, he only knows how to be an absentee father. It's unfortunate, but that's really where his blueprint is in terms of his genetic sequence, unless he learns how to evolve beyond his previous experiences. But I'm gonna pray for y'all, as always. Okay. I had to ask that question though, because I needed to put that into perspective. Oh, and tell him to talk to his daddy when you do have a conversation with him later down the line, because like in the next 18 months to 2 years or so, you guys are in a different place where there's like conversations that can be had at least like on a tolerant level where you guys can tolerate each other. And it can be like a cohesive conversation. Tell him to talk to his daddy, okay? That part. It might help him to mend his relationship with his own fatherlessness so that he can become a better dad himself. That part. Okay, so we're going to move on to Rika's question, but your girl is dry. Let me let my throat go. Right, so sorry. Sorry. I'm just thinking about how I go to people's house and just light up their places. Like when I say spirits literally do knock on windows when I'm around, I've literally had a friend's grandmother knock on the window because they were when I told them that she was there and she wanted to talk. And they tried to pretend like, you know, they couldn't have the conversation with me now. And she wanted to have the conversation now. She was like, what? Say what? Y'all are in my house? Because it really was her house. Like it's named after her and everything. She just knocked on that window, and then she started flickering the lights, and she was like, "Y'all gonna talk to me today?" And she's laughing. Oh, you just can't take me anywhere. I'm telling you. Snap, can't take me anywhere. Thank you so much. Can't really stand him. Just like I want co-parent relationship, like a two co-worker that don't like each other. Do need day job. I get you. I get you. And you guys will get there, I guess. Give it a couple of years. You guys will kind of like find the right balance with the situation. But you guys will get there. You're good. I believe in y'all. Okay. Let's dive into Rika's question. Ma'am, there was a guy named Jayant. He proposed to me. I said no, but we are still in touch as friends. Ma'am, is there someone, new person coming towards me in love? Or I have to be with Jayant only? Oh, it's nice to get an offer though, girl, right? Snap. Don't worry, I'll check it in. I'll check it out for you and have a look and see. Let's go with these. We'll go with the tarot and start off there first. Okay, so guys, right? As far as Jayant and the proposal, I'm going to start there first. How do you see this playing out long term? I have to look there first to have an understanding of what may unfold outside of that space. So let's start there. Jayon. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. What does that mean then? Sorry. Okay, Rika said, to be honest, he's a very nice person, but he's not my type, so I'm hoping that there might be someone better. I don't want to settle for less. Oh, girl. No, I get you. I get you, my love. I get you. I get you. It's nice to be proposed to, though. You know, at least you know you're desirable, girl. It's a good start. Okay? It's a good start. Let's see. Sorry, I'm unpacking it with the romance cards to really put it into perspective. Because when I did the tarot, this was just one of those transitional situations that takes place. So we're saying that there's a change that's likely to happen about the indecisiveness. You kind of like are holding him there. That's why it's showing up as indecisiveness. But really, you've actually made a decision. The decision is it's not him, but he's just kind of basically being kept on the shelf as a just in case. He's like a just in case pilot, if you will. So I wanted to unpack that to really put it into context in terms of how things may play out. No, it doesn't materialize into marriage. So it won't be him. There will be a definitive decision made moving forward with the situation. And this is why I said we had to start off with him to then be able to lead and gain perspective on, okay, what happens on the trajectory, on the timeline beyond Jayon, right? But yeah, it seems as though he'll continue to like make an effort and like express himself in terms of, the fact that there's an attraction to you and he does find you appealing. His Neptunian energy is a little bit off as well, because he seems to be like not even he's not even paying attention to the fact that you don't necessarily really want him like that. He's still kind of hopeful to the point where it's delusional, for lack of a better way of putting it. That Neptunian energy, like you have to keep that Neptunian energy like literally on the Richter scale. Like it has to be right at the right point. Otherwise, you're just like off into delusion. Like it's so crazy, but literally just at the smallest degree, and then you're over in Delusionville. That's where he's at, Delusionville. So he's not necessarily taking into consideration the reality of the situation, but he's hopeful to the point of delusion, unfortunately. So, yeah, with that being said, we're going to go and unpack it in terms of bringing somebody else and seeing how that would actually sort of look, right? So we know he's not going to be the person that one ultimately ends up with. It's not designed that way. It's not written that way. So let's dive into, okay. How do you see things going with someone new outside of the situation with Jayon? Okay. It's his Neptunian energy, my love. I can tell. What I saw on the cards and the way that it was represented to me, it was so clear as well. It was like he still keeps making an effort and expressing feelings, and he'll continue to do that. He's not even paying attention to the red flags. The red flags being like, I don't want you. That's like a major red flag. Like, that's a major red flag, but he's like taking no heed. He's just like, oh. He wants you. That's his main focus. He wants you. And yes, Mina, Rika is in demand, okay? Because when I say he's like a whole delusional, he's like fully delusional. But yeah. How do you see things playing out with someone new outside of the space of Jayon? As clearly as you can, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, put it into perspective for me then. Yeah, I literally wearing a red dress flag, but he's so blind. Yeah. He's like, no, no. I'm that sort of delusional, thanks to my moon in Pisces. I'm telling you, guys, for me personally, right? Sometimes with my Neptunian energy, like sometimes I have to be like, girl, that don't even make no sense. Okay? Like, check your Neptune and get your head in the game. That don't even make any sense. The math is not mathing. Sometimes I have to check my human and get her together. Like my Pisces self, I'm just like, whoa, girl, whoa. But then I'm Virgo rising, so like that aspect of myself will always want to check my Piscean self and be like, girl, that's not it. And then my Capricorn moon comes in and it's like, firm. It's like, no, this is what it is. But yeah, my Neptune's in Capricorn. Ooh. Neptune's not all the way uncomfortable in Capricorn, actually. That's a good place for it to be. At least you're able to kind of manage it really well. You can be realistic about like that disillusioned state. It's not a bad placement, actually. Yeah. That's a complete turn off for me. I even told him, don't you have any self respect? Oh my days. Oh, he was just like, no, all of my respect is for you. Oh, wow. Oh, dude, that is too funny. We have swapped sun and moon. Look at that, Mina. That's why we have like similar energy, just placed differently. That's interesting. Oh, Rika. Okay, so I'm gonna like clarify with the romance deck, right? Okay. Because this is what I was seeing. So you do sort of like, it's the timing on the situation that causes you a little bit of like Five of Cups energy, right? Upright. So like the time that you have to wait for the right person sort of coming in is like the wait period is where you're going to kind of like feel the despair a little bit, it's just like, oh God, how much longer? When's he gonna get here? When is it hubby o'clock? One of those. You're like, I swear he was supposed to be here like 3 days ago. That kind of situation. But for the most part, it does manifest itself. What they're saying is your dynamic is about like finding the right person that you can have like the right level of chemistry with, and also that passionate expression as well. And finding that right person for you is where you're going to sort of like find a little bit of a challenge in terms of like finding the person to commit with, right? The type of person that's got that King of Cups energy where they're emotionally grounded and stable and they're sort of like emotionally in control, right? We don't want any Jayon energy where the self-esteem is so low that one would actually put themselves in a situation where they are not wanted, right? We're not trying to manifest any of that. And good on you as well for not like putting yourself in that situation, because it would be so toxic. Like for you being in the space, he would smother you. And then for him being in the space, I don't think his self-esteem is going to like be cultivated in the right ways, because you just wouldn't be into him. You know what I mean? So he really needs to go and do some work on his self-esteem. Yeah. And it's so interesting as well because like he has this like false perception of himself. Like there's also delusions of grandeur as well. So like he appears to be like uber confident in certain situations, but the reality is it's actually his low self-esteem and his high level of delusion. He's so messed up. He has low self-esteem and high levels of delusion. So like he is doing things, yeah. Psychologically, he's just not, his wiring is off. Okay. Yeah, and you will find somebody who's your type. I think it takes a little while because I think that that's the thing that like is a bit of a struggle. That's where you find yourself like battling that Five of Cups energy, like kind of requiring over spilt milk, as they say. The timing's really where you'll find yourself. Bixby, now is not the time. There's nothing to report to my monitor.
First, draw your pattern to unlock the device.
Go away. She's so nosy. She doesn't ever do that unless I'm on here doing stuff, or if I'm like, she's so nosy. Oh my God, that is such a combo. Low self-esteem and high level. Yeah. Girl, you need to fix that, okay? You need to fix that. If that is you, girl, you need to elevate your self-esteem or something, because those high levels of delusions will actually like it will take you into these types of realities where you're like, oh my God, how did I even get here? You make decisions from a place that really is not of this world, like not in reality. Don't do it to yourself, Mina. Don't do it. Save yourself. I'm telling you. Because being a Pisces myself, like it's so interesting because like my Virgo self takes control. My Virgo and my like Capricorn self, so my moon and my rising kind of like takes control of my ego, and it's just like right, no, like sometimes my emotional self, like my Capricorn moon will be very stern and be like, no, this is final, okay, this is it. But yeah, and I get there's room for like the delusion state as well, the disillusional state. My self-esteem is okay, but delusion, a sky rocket say, girl. Listen, if the self-esteem is at a good balance in comparison to the states of like that Neptunian energy of delusion, you can navigate it, right? Just be mindful whenever Neptune goes into retrograde, okay? Because then it's almost like you have to have like your binoculars on to be like, oh my God, I need to stay in reality, like the real reality. Okay. It's the whole thing. But yeah, I think oh, Ash has already thrown her question out there. She was like quick with it as well. Don't worry, Ash, I'm going to come back to your question. I haven't actually quite finished up with Rika just yet. I got off track. My bad. But he really is like low self-esteem and high delusions. But yeah, you'll find the right person sort of like coming in. I think you're going through a phase of like really figuring out like yourself and what it is that you want and how to be able to kind of yeah guys, how to be able to kind of like place yourself in the right circle of people, you know, to find the right person. I feel sometimes like he is just sexually attracted to me, nothing more than that. I feel the vibes. Yeah, you don't say where was that. Listen, on the undertone of this, it's your face. He's attracted to your beautiful face, my love. He's attracted to your beautiful face. That's what draws him in. I think you and Mina have some of that like siren energy. No offense, y'all. It depends on where your where your Lilith placement is and stuff like that. It will kind of like speak about your levels of like attractiveness, I guess, and your ability to kind of like attract. But these things carry different like spirits, just at different levels. So yeah, it's your face. He's attracted to your face and your intellect as well, I guess. He likes that for himself. Like he wants that as a trophy, basically. That's what he's attracted to, the ability to have you as a trophy. He's like, oh, this is my trophy. It's proper like caveman days. My trophy. Right? You're a good trophy to have, basically, in comparison to some of the other options that he's got out there. But you're going to be navigating through a process over the course of the next few months, right? Do we have a timeline, maybe? Oh. Hey, Anisha. Okay. Right, interesting. Okay. Okay, it's interesting because I was getting a timeline of roughly around about 7 to 8 months from now, right? Because that was the timeline that I was getting. They're saying that within a year from now. So I'm getting the timeline of about 7 to 8 months. I want to say at the back end of 7 months, moving into like the start of 8 months. There's a likelihood um, to be able to kind of like meet this person. That makes him extremely unattractive, girl. I can imagine, obviously, because it's just one of those things. It's a little bit too shallow, I guess, for your level of depth. Which is why he's not the one, and that's okay. You already told him that. You were clear about it. You've said it a million times in a million different ways. He's just chosen not to listen to it because, you know, you're his really good trophy in comparison. Oh my God, the way that people's minds work, it just blows my mind a lot. But yeah, 7 to 8 months, there's potentially someone that is a strong possibility. I'll put it like that, strong possibility. There's a level of attraction. And I guess there's an element of mystery and curiosity. They kind of like keep you guessing, like, what's the situation type thing. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you though, my love. At least we know it's not Jay Aunt. God. Thank God for that, right? He's not. He's funny. He is funny. Like, oh God. He is a funny character. But I hope that was useful for you, my love. Right. I'm gonna start your question, Anisha. Thank God it's not him, exactly. Okay. And this is Ash's question. Ash is next on the list. We're gonna go and dive into it. Yes. Right. Exactly. I'm happy for Rika. Because he's just really delusional, like isn't even seeing anything. That's too much. That is too much. That's good. I'm glad that you did find it to be useful, my love. Okay, so we have Anisha's next after Ash. We've got Sammy. Haven't seen Sammy in the room. There's Kay, then Mina, then Ricky British, then we've got Kayla and Nadira, right? So we've got a few. And then we're going to finish up the space. So Ash said, yes, beautiful. I'm glad to know you're still in the building. That's what's up. What is Sean's current thoughts, feelings, and true intentions towards me? Oh, girl, we have a lot to unpack. Let's start with the feelings because that vibrates at a denser frequency first. We're going to use romance guidance for that. Okay. Good stuff. Okay, my love. Oh, dude. Okay. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Elaborate. What does that mean? Okay. Hey, Anisha. Good to know you're here, beautiful. You're next on the list. I've already started your question. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, interesting. Okay. Sean's not making much of an effort, is he? Sorry. I forget half the time that the conversations I'm like having in my mind. So then I'll like come out here and then I'm just like direct with it in terms of like my response to y'all. But seriously, Sean, Is he making much of an effort? Yeah. Because it was showing me that he's not necessarily making much of an effort. He's in this kind of like honeymoon phase, I guess. It's so weird because the honeymoon phase is where you're supposed to like make the most effort. That's why I was so confused as to why he's like looking at it like a honeymoon stage and he's not making any effort. I'm like, this don't even make sense. But again, we might be dealing with that Neptunian energy. Neptune's also in retrograde, guys. Okay. Oh, we are. Just check my Neptune is in Capricorn. Is that an okay placement? Yeah. Yeah, it helps to be able to kind of like balance because there's only so far your delusion can go. Okay? There's only so far your delusion can go. You'll be able to dial it back and rein it back in, which means that life will basically be brutally honest with you from time to time. From time to time, just so that you can get certain things really into perspective. But yes, the reason why I asked about the making the effort, my love, is because of that dynamic where he was looking at it like there's this there's this honeymoon stage that you guys are supposed to be going through. It's supposed to be like a peaceful little stage basically for you guys, right? That you, unless is Sean dating other people? Because the honeymoon stage, because that would make more sense to me. It would make more sense that he's in a honeymoon stage with somebody else, which is why he's not making an effort into this space. Do you know if he's dating around? Because I'm like, the math is not mathing there. How can he be in a honeymoon stage and not be making much of an effort? That's when you're supposed to make the effort. That's when those scenes are supposed to be your Cupid moments in sunshine, right? Let's go to the cards and go ask. Let's go ask. I got one better for you. Okay, let's go ask. Is Sean dating? Clarify the honeymoon stuff to me. Like, is he dating? Because the math isn't mathing. Okay. Okay. Put it into context then. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Really? No, I don't think he is, my love. He's like gotten out of something, so he's being strategical. He's on some like Knight of Pentacles energy, the slowest of all nights, basically. That is so strange. Why would he think that this is honeymoon phase? He's not doing enough in this season, but that's his perspective, my love. Like that's his feelings. His feelings is that there's like a honeymoon stage that's going on at the minute. And he's not really making much of an effort during this climate. Yeah. I'm telling you, people are strange. Strange, my love. He real slow. Listen, that Knight of Pentacles energy. I'm telling you, this is why I had to ask. Like, is there somebody else? Is there a situation? But I think that like there was a previous situation that he's still recovering from. I'm not gonna lie. So I do think that that's another reason as to why he's so slow. Basically, that's why he's kind of like this. Yeah, that's why there's this Knight of Pentacles energy where it's like, you know, he is really slow, my love. It's like a tortoise. Oh, baby girl, I feel bad for you. Every step is so slow. every step is going to be quite slow. Yeah, this is making sense now. It is making sense because I'm like, what the hell? How do you be in the honeymoon stage and you don't make an effort in that stage? Like, when you go into those scenes of like the honeymoon period, like that's when you bring your whole representative, you do like your best work, you try to sell yourself to the person. You know what I mean? Like, that's what that stage is for. It's a whole audition, basically. Like, are we going to do life together or not? Maybe he thinks I will hurt him, I guess. I don't think he thinks that you're going to hurt him. Because I think there's an element of trust when it comes to you, right? He thinks that you're a nice person. He thinks that you would be a loyal person. He thinks that you're well-mannered. Like, for the most part, like, he does think that you're the bee's knees. Like, if he was to go there again, I think that that's why he's romanticizing it as like a honeymoon period in his like feeling like composite, right? That's how he's composing like emotionally that this is a honeymoon period for you guys. But in terms of his actions, he's not actually doing much on those feelings because of the previous situation, where I think because of what transpired in the past, he now doesn't necessarily trust his own judgment. So it's not you, it's him. And I'm speaking for him. Okay, it's not you, it's him. He's still figuring out how to be comfortable with trusting his judgment because he can see that you're actually a really nice person. And I think that that's why he's drawn to you, but he doesn't trust his judgment anymore. He's kind of like, my compass has led me astray previously. So that's a him problem, right? That's definitely a Sean problem. I caught him looking through my phone. I just left him to do it because I have nothing to hide. Good for you, girl. Like, I think it's just something that he has to navigate through. I think he's like, he's got some scars from his previous battles in the previous situation. Oh, this is so complicated, my love. Let's go and unpack the thoughts. Let's go and unpack the thoughts because the feelings are already complicated. And it seems like he's discombobulated due to delayed processing from that situation that's now causing him to be a bit like this Knight of Pentacles energy. Let's dive into his thoughts. What are his thoughts towards our Ash? What are his thoughts? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to have to pull back from this deck again. Why is this? Talk to me. Oh. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay. I felt it coming. Caught it just in time, y'all. Just in time. That's what my week's been like. Okay. So they're showing me that he's under. Thank you. Thank you. That's so cute. I appreciate that, Ash. Thank you, my love. Now, what I'm seeing with the situation is that he's struggling. He's struggling, my love. He's struggling to like let himself be happy. Like, that's his thought process when it comes to you. Like, he's in this place of like distress. He's distressing himself. It's like there's this lack of willingness to rest, basically. Like, he knows that he can with you, but he kind of just like still finds himself to be on edge. Do you know what happened in his previous situation? Because he seems like deception and betrayal seems to be like two big key factors to do with his prior situation. Yeah. So he's struggling to really like, it's almost like he sees himself with the potential of actually being like happy, and he likes the positivity. He likes like just the warmth and the friendliness. But at the same time, it's also like, yeah, I don't, girl, that left him real messed up. There was some betrayal involved, and there was some deception. There was lies. There was lots of lies. Lies upon lies upon lies upon lies. Hey, Dex. How you doing, my love? But I don't know, he fell out with some of his close relatives. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, imagine if there was something involving family dynamics, because the universe plays out some of those scenes as well, depending on how weak we are, right? Obviously, these scenes will play out and will be tested, and however we fall into these placements of scenes and stuff is determined based on our emotional capacity, right? To do and be a certain type of way when it comes to certain things. So it's always very interesting to kind of see how things generally play out when it comes to like family dynamics. He had to leave his job and go back to school to be an EMT. Okay. Yeah, there's still a lack of closure. There's still a lack of closure that's causing him to be a little bit. It's almost like he's scared to be happy. That's the best way that I can put it. It's almost like he was working for his aunt. Hey, 7-7 Cruz. That's my little nephew's name, actually, Corey Cruz. Oh, and he cruises. Trust me, he's 2. He's about to be 3 next month. I hope you're good. Okay, so that's his thoughts. His thoughts is that he's not sure if he can let himself. That's true. I get that vibe from him. Yeah, he's not sure if he can let himself be happy. He doesn't really know how to process it at the minute. He may just go into, he may just go into self-sabotage. Oh, maiden name. Okay. It's interesting because I think he's highly susceptible to self-sabotage because of the trauma of that past, you know? Whoa. So much to unpack with this one, girl. Dang. Like I used up all the decks. I'm like reusing decks. Okay, so let's dive into his intentions, guys. What are his intentions towards our girl then? His intentions towards Ash. Okay. Oh, short-term focus. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if he can push through the fear, my love. I don't know if he can. So his intentions and the way that the cards are showing it. We've got a major arcana, we've got the Emperor, we've got that in reverse, which means that the energy is very rigid. It's very it's basically like stagnated energy that isn't necessarily going anywhere. It's not going backward or forward. It's just still. And we've also got the 9 of Cups here, just kind of like talking about diversionary tactics and just navigating through series of illusions that can be quite tempting. Yeah, I think he's too scared. I believe he's too scared to actually like move anything forward. And I don't know that he has, I don't know that he has the ability just yet. I don't know if he believes that he has the ability to like find his happy and actually be able to sit in it and settle in it, you know, because I think that he's so uncomfortable in his happy. It's just so weird. I think he's like really, really badly scarred. And I don't think he realizes just how badly scarred he is, actually. I think he's used to getting on with the get on, but he needs to take a minute to stop and rest and really actually process and decompress some of these things, these traumas that's really like causing him to, it's almost like, yeah, there's a piece of him that doesn't necessarily feel like he deserves to be happy right now, in terms of where he's at. It's almost like he's delaying his happiness till something. I don't know. There's a goal he's trying to achieve before it's okay for him to be happy. I don't know where he got this from, but his soul is on a mission. And whilst he's in this tunnel vision, I don't know that he has the capacity to really be able to fulfill his own desire to be happy. That's the best way that I can put it. But it's stemming from a place of fear of the unknown, and lack of planning, right? Yeah. Hmm. He's a little bit damaged, girl. I can't lie. I can't. I'm like trying to find nice words to like put it into like context and stuff. But the truth is, he's a little bit damaged, and I don't know that he has the emotional capacity right now to really be able to like invest in anything stable, because I don't know that he's there where he actually like, sometimes he can run hot and cold. It's just the way that his personality is, because he goes through these phases of self-sabotage, because there's a part of him that doesn't necessarily ultimately realize the value that he actually has. I feel like the last situation really broke down his self-worth. And now he's like he's out to prove that worth before he validates his own happiness. It's really strange. Oh, bless him. I'm going to say a prayer for him, because somebody projected some really dark shit at him, to say the least. And I feel like he's at that place where he's still trying to prove something to them. And he won't let himself be happy until he's proven it, for lack of a better way of putting it. What's the advice for a girl? Yeah, he lost a lot of weight. I can imagine. There's a demon that's literally eating at his flesh and mind. And it's about to like, well, it's clearly already bleeding over into his behavior, because he's blocking himself from things that he actually feels like he wants, but doesn't feel deserving of. He told me he does be sad a lot. I can imagine, I can tell, because he's struggling with a demon that's been projected at him. I'm going to try and see what I can do to help, like, energetically, when I go into the space again, to sort of like clear energy, because I just like saw and grasped the sense that it was a projection. But honestly, like, he's navigating through somebody else's ideologies of him, and he's trying to validate that, or he's out to prove that that isn't necessarily who he is. And in the process of doing that, he's becoming somebody else, actually. Which is unfortunate, because it's causing such damage to his psychological wiring. Yeah. Thank you so much. He's a sweet guy, girl. He is a sweet guy. He really is a sweet guy. Let me see, guys. What's the advice for our girl Ash in navigating through the space with Sean? Okay, thank you. Oh. They said let go and let God. This isn't necessarily the opportunity. The situation overall will improve. I think, if anything, him being aligned to you, because he's vibrating too low for you, beautiful. Like, I'm just going to be honest with you. He's vibrating so low that he would bring your vibration down, being in a situation with someone like this. So the choice is yours nonetheless, right? Sometimes like we're placed with other people to be able to kind of like help them elevate. But where he is right now, I don't think he has the emotional capacity for a relationship with anyone, because he's in such self-destruct mode that I think that he's just going to continue to self-sabotage, unfortunately. Right, so that's the situation, and you're just going to have to like keep experiencing like all of these different waves and cycles of self-sabotage playing out in different ways, because he's dealing with this hopelessness. This thing that he's out to prove doesn't even exist. It's so false. And that person who projected that at him, like it wasn't even real where that person was coming from. That was like their own insecurity about who he is, how he was growing as an individual, and all of these other factors. Like this is like so messed up because it's affected his psyche. And I don't think that it's the best thing for you to be in that situation, romantically speaking, I guess, just because it requires a lot of friendship. I think that he needs your support friendship wise. I'm not going to lie to you. I definitely think that that's probably the best place for you guys to work on nurturing your relationship with each other at the minute. Like, he needs a friend. He doesn't need a lover. He doesn't have the emotional capacity for a lover at the minute, but he definitely needs a friend. Yeah. The situation will improve though over time. Okay. Oh, girl. I'm sending y'all some love. I'm definitely going to put the prayer out there for you guys as well. I'm going to do some work when I go and take some demons to God to be transmuted into the heavens, so I can see where his demon stems from. It's not even, the other person doesn't even know why they are. I'm going to have to process the other person's projection first to really get to like the root demon, so that I can like take that spirit or entity into the process of the transition into the heavens. But it's pretty harsh. Yeah, I did. Sammy said she's unable to message on the chat. Okay. Oh yeah, from last time. Oh yes, we blocked our girl last time. Oh, Ash, can you post Sammy's question for her when it's her turn, or post it and I'll read it when it's her turn? I completely forgot about tell Sammy. I said I'm so sorry, girl. We were going to obviously see how that unfolded when we came back into the space, and I guess we're back into the space and learning exactly how that works last time, right? Yeah, it did. Yeah, that was like when I accidentally blocked you, Mina. The same thing happened with Sammy. Oh, hopefully we can get her back into the room as well. Yeah, ask her and see what she has to say. So, Anisha, are you still with us, my love? Yeah. It was when that Harrow Destroyers troll came in. Beats me every time. I'm just like, why are you here if you hate Harrow? Just find a new place to hang out. What's the big deal? We're not bothering anybody. Damn. You come to our room to disturb us and tell us you hate Harrow. This isn't the room for you. Oh, my Lilith is in Aries. Spicy, mama. Spicy. Okay. Very spicy. Hold on, I saw that Ari said something as well. Oh, Ari said, I went to the amusement park yesterday and saw two really cute guys who happen to be employees. I saw a group of cute guys as well, but they didn't seem interested. So yeah. Oh, girl. I'm just in the chat talking, sticking around. Good to have you, girl. Hey, this is from Katieni. I don't know if you're still in this space, but the free list is closed, my love. Hey, what possible conversation can I have with my person when we next meet each other? I'd love to tell you, I guess, but we'll see how the list goes. I'm actually going to be tuning out soon. I'm hoping that we just have to get through the free list and then I'm done, to be honest with you. Very spicy. Oh, yes, Anisha. Okay, she wants a general reading as well. Okay, cool. We're going to go into Anisha's general reading. I think here we are. Okay. Okay. Self and her husband. Okay. I'm going to do a general on you first, and then I'm going to do a general, I guess, for both of you guys. I'm starting to get nasally, so I might have to blow. Spicy, exactly. Spicy. Because Aries is like very passionate. It's interesting because it's like that fiery kind of like expression of love, where a little bit of drama is like a little bit enticing. It's like, ooh, ew, where can this go? So that's an interesting placement. It's definitely an interesting placement. Still, hot tamales. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna start with a general reading for Anisha, guys. What do you guys feel like Anisha needs to sort of know at this stage of her journey? Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, interesting. Oh. Oh, that's so interesting. Are you feeling really unappreciated, my love? Let me ask you that question. I'm Scorpio and he's Cancer. Oh, both of you guys are water sign. Oh, interesting. Okay. What I'm seeing on the cards in terms of like the general read for you is that there's a process. Like there's an element of not necessarily being completely at peace because it feels like being taken for granted, not necessarily being appreciated entirely, in terms of like how you show up, what you do, what your efforts are. A lot of the times it feels like in your connections with people, the connection isn't all the way balanced. Sometimes there may be a lack of direction in terms of reciprocity, right? So you don't always get the energy that you give out in certain situations. But talk to me. This feeling taken for granted, is this an overall theme for you, or is this in, yeah. They said that there's a regeneration sort of like taking place with the situation. I feel like it's kind of getting better in places. I think in family dynamics at large, you still are a little bit disposable. And that's the best way that I can put it, because that's how they're showing me the energy. Sometimes it can feel like you're disposable when it comes to like family dynamics. I think in your romantic connection, that can sometimes make up for those feelings there. But even in the romantic connection with hubby as well, sometimes there's moments where you're going through isolation, necessary isolation, and it can feel quite lonely as well. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What's the general read for hubby? Give me the directive on that. What's the general read for hubby? Oh, thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay, so general read for him is that he can be a little bit emotionally immature sometimes. And they're saying that sometimes it can cause him to not necessarily be as resourceful in the relationship as you may perhaps need him to be sometimes. Yeah. Some major class that he's sitting at the minute, actually. So one of the things that he's learning how to be a little bit more resourceful. So I feel like the pushback that you're getting externally, this is where he's supposed to be learning how he can support you a little bit more through your process. Because I feel like you support him as he navigates through stuff, even more so than he even asks for a lot of the times. And this is where you might find yourself feeling underappreciated at times, right? Because you can be a little bit overzealous sometimes. So you can overgive. I have a tendency to overshare. You can overgive sometimes, and then there isn't really much reciprocity. I think in the dynamics with his situation, he's learning because this is a part of your personality trait, right? Probably has something to do with like your fifth house energy, more than likely. But yeah, with that situation being what it is, he gets to, because you come and you feedback, not all the time, because I can tell that sometimes you don't necessarily always like to share everything per se. Sometimes you might take a minute to process first before you actually kind of like give all the facts on the situation. But yeah, I think that this is where he's sort of like being tested at the minute to be able to kind of like really grow in the relationship, to be able to support your growing process as well, as you're learning how to find the right balance with your tendency to be a giver, right? Because that's how you've been designed. Like, we need more givers in the world. So when God thought of givers, he made an Anisha, right? And now it's a case of him being able to kind of like navigate through, being able to support you as you find your right balance with a situation where, there's been instances of undelivered promises. People have said certain things, they haven't necessarily sort of kept to their words. You're kind of being impacted by those decisions that may be quite selfish of others, where it might impact you quite greatly. Yeah. He's kind of learning how to be able to like mature enough to be able to navigate through those situations. Because I think for the most part, he doesn't really know what to do per se in these instances. He kind of just wants to hurt anybody that hurts you. That's kind of like how he deals with things. But he's learning how to kind of like take a different approach and being able to support you as you navigate through it, because he can't just go around just basically like breaking everyone, basically. So it's interesting. He's going through a really crucial time, actually, in his growing process, just by him being able to support you in your ability to be able to find your right balance. Interesting. Okay. Well, how do you advise Emisa continue to work her light as she navigates through the process of all of this then? Yeah. Okay. Oh, where are you being called to journey to internally? Okay. What do you guys advise her to do in order to work her light during this season? As clearly as you can, please. Oh. Okay. 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 So the advice for you is to get grounded, right? Being being an intuitive, being an empath, sometimes we can very easily sort of like take on the burdens of others and really absorb those things. They're saying that the best thing that you can do as you navigate through this climate is to be able to keep yourself grounded, really just tuning into yourself and your quest and your path, and really where things are kind of moving for you in general with situations, right? They're saying it's a case of really being able to connect to your own nature, but really finding the right balance. Because when you're, okay, so I am going to answer the question as far as like the future. Don't worry about it, beautiful. You guys seem to be navigating through your own stuff at the minute. That's my next sort of question in terms of how things will unfold, and then we'll kind of close it out with the angelic guidance. But the advice for you in terms of like working your light in the situation, you have to keep yourself grounded. Sometimes you can get emotionally volatile depending on what you're absorbing in the atmosphere around you. And sometimes in being in that space, you come out of your own character. You kind of, you get like overly distressed by the pressure being in the space sometimes. And those are some of the things that can be a little bit challenging, I guess, for your partner to navigate through, because then he doesn't necessarily know how to navigate through that distorted version of you, right? That's kind of like ungrounded based on everything that you're being impacted by within the environment. Being highly sensitive, being a Scorpio, okay, you guys are designed to be able to continue to evolve and transform and transition, right? So with you navigating through the process of being able to absorb all of this energy that can be transmuted through you, because that's your design, right? So this is why you probably have, you know, sometimes people come and probably like trauma dump and tell you all their stuff, because again, I guess that's your assignment within the collective, and being able to navigate through other people's, I guess, burdens, trials and tribulations that they navigate through, right? Yeah. It's a case of feeling sometimes as well, like disconnected from self as you're navigating through the process. Sometimes you can shut yourself out from yourself as well. Be careful not to do that, because you get overwhelmed by everything that you're processing or everything that's going on. Sometimes you find yourself going numb and just shutting down. Be mindful of that. Okay, so let's have a little look firstly at how do you see things playing out for her and the hubby moving forward? Anisha. Oh, hey. Yay. That's okay. Thank you, Sammy. That's what's up. Okay. That's good. How do you see things playing out for her and the hubby? Okay. 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 Has the relationship recently gone through a little bit of a test? I want to say since last November between you and the hubby. This is for you, Anisha. What they're showing me is that you guys are obviously going to still answer that question, because it's significant why I asked that question, because they're saying to me something about going through a transition since November of last year and kind of like getting to where you guys are now, and we're speaking from where you guys are now, right? But they're showing me that you guys are going through a process of forgiveness being a factor. And again, this has to do with whatever transpired since last November. And also navigating through a process of getting past certain pains of some tests that you guys have navigated through. Yeah. 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 Well, you guys will kind of like navigate through a process of forgiveness to really be able to mend and build upon the relationship. Are we speaking about, does this have something to do with the immaturity that we were speaking about? Was he making immature decisions around about that time that is kind of like impacted the dynamics of the relationship, without sort of like going into too much? Because I can tell that like there's only so much that you want to share, but genuinely, well, like when you come into these spaces, like you have to be mindful, because like my guides will like just lay everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You guys will be able to sort of like come back from it. I think that it's shaken the foundations, but it hasn't broken it. I think if anything, it's tested you guys to see how well you guys are going to be able to work together to come back from this. But you do. I think it takes you guys a while. Within the next 5 months or so, you guys will be at a more stable place with it. It's almost like the impact or the effects of the decision isn't as intense in the next 5 months, and it feels like you guys are over the worst of it basically by then. So yeah. I think that you guys will be fine. Let's have a look and see what is the advice for you in navigating moving forward. Oh, there we go. Oh, the advice for you is to ask your angels, Mama. The advice for you is to ask your angels. It's not necessarily about trust in terms of the dynamics that you're navigating through. It really is just kind of like up to you to kind of believe, let go and let God, you know. No, actually, he does. Actually, he is the does all. What does that mean? Break it down. There's something better. Yeah. They're saying to ask your angels. That's the advice for you in the situation, my love. You guys will be able to navigate through the situation. I hope that was useful for you. They're beautiful. A Scorpio woman and Cancer man is a good match. Yeah. Pisces woman and Cancer man are a great match. Pisces women with any earth sign too, especially Taurus. Yeah. Yeah. My Lilith is in Leo. Ooh. What does that indicate? That means that you're actually quite confident, actually. You appear quite confident in that space. Oh, Lilith in Cancer. Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, my love. Lilith in Cancer, that can be really quite an interesting one. So the things that with a Lilith in Cancer, that type of person is drawn to emotional stability, like making them feel emotionally safe is the thing that will kind of like get them off type thing. That those are the things that makes them attracted. Lilith in Gemini, interesting. You're quick with the switch up. You are quick with the switch up very, very quickly. But it also means that you learn very quickly in spaces as well when it comes to sort of like attraction. That's probably why there's like so much shifting. Check where your midhavens are as well, guys, because that's really basically your strength. That's when you find like your peak of your spiritual transition. Check your midhavens, right? Because that's that when you get into alignment with that person or that placement in your on your journey, that's when you're on your upward trajectory. I think the best match for me would be an Aquarius man or Libra man, maybe a Sag man. But some Sag men can be jerks. Yes, they can be if they're uninvolved. Libra sometimes can be a little bit tricky as well to maintain fidelity. That's a little bit tricky. Aquarius, yeah, they can be cool. Oh, it would be MIDHAVEN, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, E. It's literally sorry. It's mid and then literally like how you'd spell heaven. HEAVEN. Yeah. All good. Because listen, that's when life gets to its like sweet spot. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to like be continuously sweet, but that's when life is literally at its most magical like point of your experience. That's when you're going to experience like your ascension, like season after season after season after season after season, when you're experiencing life basically with that counterpart or with that soul tribe of people. That's when you're going to just keep experiencing your ascension after ascension after ascension. All right. We're going to go into a general for our girl Sammy next. Who have we got on the list? Let's see what we've got going on here as well. Whoa. Damn. That was like an explosion in my chest. Okay, so we've got Sammy, then we've got Kay. Don't know if Kay's still here, but then we've got Mina, Ricky British. Don't think that they're here. I think he just kind of like stopped into the chat. And then we have Kayla and Nadira closing out the space, right? So let's go and see. Oh, interesting. That means that your midheaven's all about like your spiritual peaks will happen in terms of philosophies. If you find, oh, interesting. Who's the Sag around you at the minute? Just so that I can understand where that class is playing out for you right now. Do you have any like major relationship dynamics with any Sages in your life? Oh, what's the relationship dynamic to you? Wow. And it's happening around about this time where you're like really navigating through like a major awakening. Trust me, you're navigating through a major awakening, girl. It's just that the world hasn't caught up yet, so you won't actually see yourself actualized until the rest of the world is caught up to be able to like the best way that I can put it, to be able to accept our transition that's occurred and taken place. But dang, yeah, you're going through a major transition right about now in terms of like your level up. Yes, I do know it well, girl. I was like, wow, look at the universe. That is too funny. That is too funny. Like that experience with Showcat is also coinciding with other factors of your life in terms of your transcendence that's taking place. That's amazing. The universe is funny. It might just be your best class yet, Mina. Okay. Right. So let's get a general read for our girl Sammy. Talk to us, guys. Let us know what what the general read is for a girl, Sammy. Oh, what's that? Chip on the shoulder. That's funny. Sammy, girl, they said you got a chip on your shoulder. Let's dive into it. That's amazing. He's helping me heal from my childhood traumas and is really helping. That's amazing, Mina. Look at that. Philosophies changing. That's what's up. You go ahead and update your programs, girl. Snap. Adult Mina needs you for it. Future Mina loves you for it. And baby Mina appreciates you for it. Okay? That part. Yeah. Anywho, Sammy. Yeah. They said you got a chip on your shoulder, girl. What the hell? I was like, what the hell is that? They're like, yeah, she got a chip on her shoulder. I was like, okay. So at the minute, what they're saying is you're releasing a contract at the minute. I'm going to try and you're releasing a contract at the minute and you're a little bit distressed about it. You're a little bit unsure, basically. So we're going to really dive into that. What contract? Put it into perspective. What area of life? Oh, okay. Oh. Well, this is what I'm trying to understand. What have you got going on in your friendship circle at the minute? Have you recently ejected anyone from your world? Because the reason that I'm asking is because they're showing me that this is occurring for you in friendship class. This one's occurring for you in friendship class. Have you recently sort of like ejected someone from your world? A friend that you thought it just kind of like caught you off guard? I have to ask that question first before I can really dive into all the other stuff. So forgive me when I go a little bit like quiet, if you will. There's a process to the madness, y'all. Trust me. There is definitely a process to the madness. Okay? No, friends? I want to say within the last couple of years because they're showing me that it's within the last 2 to 3 years timeline. But they're speaking to me significantly on that situation because we're going to unpack it, basically. So that's why I had to ask. Think about who it may be in the last couple of years, friendship group or dynamic. Yeah. Sorry, my nose is itchy. Right? Let's put it into perspective. Firstly, why is that important to the reading as far as where Sammy is now? The person's already like gone, so what's the big deal? Okay. When did you split up with your co-parent, Sammy? Let me ask you that question. When did you split up with your co-parent? Your daughter's father, when did you guys split up? The reason I'm asking is because they're saying to me that you are carrying some scar tissue from the friendship of releasing that contract, from releasing, you're carrying some scar tissue from releasing yourself, because they're like telling it to me, they're like, no, that's not what I said. Okay, you're carrying some scar tissue from releasing the contracts of the friendship that came along with that relationship. Yeah. And when was it? When was when was the relationship completely kaput, as far as between you and the thingy, the ex, the co-parent? And answer me as to why you don't think so, because I'm about to go into why they are going to be explaining certain things to me on the situation. So again, this would be so much easier actually if I could have you just up on an audio or video. I should just share the link. Would you be open to coming on to just like talk it through, Sammy? Because life would be so much easier in this context, because it seems like we're going to have to really go in and unpack a few things. Basically, they're saying to me, whilst you type, they're saying to me that the situation with that person and letting that go, you've let it go as far as the relationship, yes. The friendship, however, is different. And they're saying to me, in terms of that dynamic, I don't know if this is a friendship that was lost in the last 2 to 3 years. One person, my ex. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But they're saying that the friendship dynamic from that situation, the scar tissue, is still healing in that space. I mean, when we go through physical scars, there's a process to the healing, right? It's not the same as when we go through emotional scars, but they're showing me that that particular situation with the person, that tissue takes about 5 years basically to heal, from the point of the, okay, 2 years ago. Yeah. It takes about 5 years for that tissue to like completely resolve itself internally. You've gotten to a better place. Yeah. 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 That's why I'm speaking on that particular situation, my love, because that's what they're speaking to me about. A lot of some of the stuff that's playing out right now is as a side effect of said scar tissue, is what they're saying, right? Bleeding out some of the pain of those situations. You're going to find that things are like moving in an upward trajectory for you, from, not to say that it's not moving from now into an upward trajectory, but you'll find from the end of next year, that's really when you're going to start to feel like the weight of something is lifted off of you, because the implications of the scar tissue of that previous situation will no longer be like a burden placed on you. It will no longer be a shadow over what it is that you're manifesting for yourself. It will no longer be a shadow to your light, basically. Sorry, let me take Anisha off the screen. And they're saying that that's really where you're going to be able to move through this space of getting back into financial stability, and not even just stability, but financial consistency. That's the best way that I can put it. Because like there'll be waves of like inconsistency with the financial play and patterns. But I think that the scar tissue from that situation emotionally is actually impacting the root chakra, because there's implications. Okay, my love. Yeah, because there's implications as to how you then show up in certain situations because it's impacting the root chakra, right? No, that's okay, my love. I think, yeah, with the situation with you, what they're saying to me is that scar tissue heals like itself. And by 2024, the end of 2024, your trajectory is a lot better. I want to say from October of 2024, the trajectory for you financially is kind of like this for a good little while, for at least a good 3 years. I want to say 3 years, 4 months to be precise. But yeah. Okay, well, what is the advice then for our girl Sam in navigating through all of this awesomeness? Okay. Yeah, and he watching all my posts now. Okay. Yeah, they're saying let go. Let go of that situation. Like, let him do whatever it is that he's doing. I mean, that's what he needs to do to go through his own process of the situation. For the most part, it won't be successful, you know. Well, because this was more so to do with like a war play that he's navigating through within himself. It really has nothing to do with you, to be fair. Blocked you because one couldn't stand the thought of you not necessarily sort of like being available as such to the capacity that he wanted. So it made him feel a sense of power to be able to feel like, okay, I'm in control of the rejection. I'm not being rejected. I do the rejecting type thing. Full sense of like reality, because clearly that's not really how things were actually panning out at the time. But yeah, the advice for you is to kind of like just let this situation play out for yourself. You'll be past it by October of next year. You'll be in a completely different dynamic and situation. Yeah. Yeah. I hope that was useful for you, my love. Don't know if you got anything from that needs to be thing, but your scar tissue from that situation is still in the process of healing. And for the most part, you've healed on a mental level and you've somewhat healed on an emotional level. But what has to happen, just like with any scar, the tissue has to be made whole again before that surface is like, do you know what I mean? Completely regenerated. So you're going through a regenerative stage, which you'll be at the end of by next October. Okay, I hope that was useful for you there, my love. That part. Definitely hope that was useful for you. Oh, thanks, beautiful. Listen, I have been out here like a tramp, okay? I've been on my Charlie Chaplin. Oh, midheaven in Gemini. It indicates that I myself can be a little bit scattered and all over the place. So again, still navigating through more of that, tackling some of my Pisces traits. It does also mean that I'm designed basically to network I'm designed to basically be sociable, even though as a Piscean, I'm naturally quite introverted sometimes, not all the time, just sometimes. So it's really, really strange because like God basically designed me to be on the stage, and I'm like, bruh, how you gonna make me like, go out and do your little puppeteering and I'm designed like a homebody? The hell? So I'm a bit of an ambivert and I have to learn how to kind of like, yeah, I have to learn how to dance when I'm told to dance, basically, on stage. I'm here if Kay isn't, but Kay is probably going to come back. Don't worry, Ari. We got you, girl. I figured that some people won't necessarily be here, so that's why I even said to Mina to add like Ricky British. I doubt he's here as well. That's why I told Mina to add Nadira and Kayla. I guess they sort of like came in. We could add you because I know that Ricky British is in here. That's no, I don't think Kay's here. I haven't seen her like the whole chat, to be fair. But we can have you get added to the list, Ari, but you'd be at the end of the list, girl. Okay. But yeah, I don't think Kay's here, Mina. It's actually your go, to be fair. That part. Okay. But yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mina. It's your go. Yeah, I don't think Ricky British, she's definitely not here. I don't think Kay's here either. I don't know if that's KT. I actually did like a bomb. I finally managed to get like her reading done in like the 2 weeks. I did her video like last Monday. It took me like a whole week to actually even manage to get that edited. It's like super, super busy, guys. I literally like I work like 60 hours a week at this rate. And then I've started my project in Uganda as well for like the menstruation program. So I'm like putting content together for that and doing the mostest at the minute. So your girl's sick again, trying to purge and prepare myself for the next level. How are you guys doing in this climate though? Because after the thank you, Sammy. I know that there's a little bit of a delay with Sammy's thingy. It's your go, Mina. Oh, you actually put your question out there. I didn't even see that. Look at that. I was about to miss that. I was about to say. I changed my mind. BTW, I want to move to California instead of Florida. But if I don't like Florida when I visit, I will visit South Florida instead. And if I like it, I will move there. Good for you, girl. Definitely do your research, okay? Because like I just decided that I was gonna move here and I was like, look, I'm gonna figure it out either way. I was like, you don't like it. Everybody around here, like neighbors actually stop and talk to each other and stuff. Is not that it's weird to me because they try to do that, but like I said, Pisces, okay? Sometimes I can be very antisocial and just kind of like be very introverted. So, right, like I don't have anything to talk to you about. Like I don't want to talk to you about my real life, or my real life isn't anything you really actually care about. So can't really be asked for the small talk. Know what I mean? I might go to the beach on Thursday, but I don't know what my plans are on that day. I have a new job now. That's what's up, girl. That's what's up. Now, if I don't like South Florida as well, I don't know where else I should visit. Maybe Texas, but not so sure. But if you want to be by the beach, I don't know. Is there much of a option and variety in Texas for that? I don't know. Have a think about that. But yes, let's go and dive into Showcat and our girl Mina. Right. What are Showcat's current thoughts and feelings towards Mina? Oh, let's start with Showcat's. We'll go with the thoughts because we're using the tarot here. Okay. That's okay then. Well, that's good. Find you one of the nice little beach towns, and that might just be like because I think you already had plan A, then plan B, which was South Florida. So Texas beach towns could be plan C. Okay. And snaps for you on the job again, girl, because I know you was like out here doing the most to like manifest that. We proud of you. That's what's up. Okay. Right. Oh, we're just getting stuff all over the place. All over the place. Interesting. Okay. What was going on Thursday? What was going on Thursday? What? Sorry, Thursday I slept. I started work at like 7 a.m. and finished up at like 3:45 and slept for like the whole day because the energy was just like not giving at all. It was so intense. So interesting. Interesting, actually. Okay. Hey, Kayla. I see you posting your question, putting that out there. Would you be next on the list? Yep, next after Mina. Then we've got Nadira, and then we've got Ari. And then you girls finished. Oh, look at that. That's what's up. We love that. Okay, so it's interesting what you have just said because ta-da! We have cards, okay, simulating the dynamic of what transpired. Because I was going to ask you why does he feel like he was casted out in the cold at one point, and you guys are kind of like navigating through the recovery of like it's almost like, you know, when you go and you like decide to bring your doggy in the house after they had been like chewing up on your furniture and shit, and you're like, outside now, and then you kind of like decide to bring him back inside after he's like gone outside and had to learn his lesson. That's kind of the energy that I was getting basically with the show cat situation. So I was gonna ask Mina, but yeah, I think that's literally how they showed it to me. They were like, yeah, he got casted out. You know, like when the doggies get casted out. Yeah, I think he does too much sometimes, and I don't think he really sees like how they. I do think you low key overreacted as well, just a smidge, okay. But I think that was your lesson in the process as well, in asserting your boundaries as well, and really knowing sort of like where your boundary is when it comes to certain things as well. I bet he shot himself in the foot there. Because I guess he wanted to really see like the significance of his presence in your life and everything like that, which is quite funny. But yeah, I think he was like quite overwhelmed by the situation. He's still quite overwhelmed by the situation, actually. I think he's surprised at how the situation actually sort of like panned out. And it's interesting because it's almost like it was a good thing that you guys kind of had that space. Do you know what I mean? Oh, snap. Kay. I didn't realize you were here, girl. Snap. I didn't realize that you were here. Okay, we'll come back to your question, my love. My bad. We actually jumped straight into Mina. We asked you. I think I saw you actually a couple of times. I remember seeing the seashell and thinking, oh, see. Sorry, I got distracted. But that's what I remember thinking at the time. I was thinking, oh, see. Okay, we're going to come back. I'm going to start your question as well. We're going to come back and read for you, and then we'll go back and do all the other stuff. Okay, my love? Don't worry. We got you. My bad. Okay. What are his feelings towards Mina? Because we already know that his thought process is that he felt like he got locked outside like a dog. What's his feelings towards Mina? Oh, interesting. What kind of contract? Okay, thank you. He so shot himself in the foot. I think now he knows where he stands, to be fair, in terms of the boundary with you guys, because I think he thought more of himself. But yeah, I think he wanted to basically like test you to really see how much he means to you, type thing. I think that was ultimately like his intention, basically, in actually even suggesting it. But again, like I said, he shot himself in the foot. It didn't necessarily work out how he was hoping it would work out, but his feelings on the situations, really to be able to stay optimistic about this connection, is to basically be able to kind of like not do something like that again, because he didn't like it. Okay. He did not like, not necessarily sort of like having that interaction and communication, or even having access basically for like the time that you guys did spend. So now he's actually found another level of appreciation for the connection as well, which is interesting. How do you guys advise our girl Mina to work her light in this space as she navigates with Mr. Showcat? He's funny. Okay. It's not about getting grounded in this space. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I'm getting an assignment as we speak. I'm getting called back into old territories. God, don't you hate retrograde seasons when relationships that you've wrapped up that are well and truly over just come knocking on your door? I can hear it in my subconscious. I'm about to go back into a class that I haven't visited for years, which is interesting. Thank you, Saturn. Right, so in terms of like working your light in the space, they're saying that this situation's been unfolding, right? It's not necessarily about aligning yourself or your life or anything like that. This particular situation isn't necessarily about being overly protective or trying to kind of like belong somewhere. I think that they're saying that this particular situation is about being the warrior woman that you are. If you weren't afraid, what would you do in certain instances, in certain situations? Like he's going to test you to be able to activate the warrior within yourself on another level, right? Oh, he's a very kind human and very forgiving guy with zero male ego, some qualities I deeply admire. Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where it's like, again, if you weren't afraid, what would you do in certain instances as far as like taking a leap, you know? It's not about the vibration of the situation sort of rising in this instance. It's more about you being able to connect with your soul family, and safe to say that he's a part of that tribe for you that is helping to sort of like pour into your soul and pour into your connection. Do I sense genuine love there? I sense love distorted with a bit of lust because men can't handle themselves and they struggle sometimes when that spirit of lust just comes over him. I don't know how else to put it. But there's definitely a genuine care. I think that he genuinely does sort of like care for you. I think that he does admire you. And I think that a part of him has a physical attraction to you that distorts it being just platonic love, basically. I still think that there's still hope in the back of his mind for things to grow into more than just the platonic nature, but he's okay to have you on a platonic level if that's where he has to at the minute. That's kind of like how it's feeling, you know. But if I could have more, I would definitely be open. It's that kind of vibe. What is the advice for our girl Mina in navigating the space, guys? What do y'all think? Okay, it's up to you, my love. In navigating this space, it is up to you. There's no need to worry. Yeah, they're saying there's no need to worry. It's all up to you in this situation. It's not about like a no, definitely not in the near future. He is across the border and our countries have never been in good terms, so no chance of ever physically crossing paths. But it feels like home. Yeah, I think he's definitely a part of your soul tribe. I think he's definitely here to be able to challenge you to grow and exercise your own boundaries as well and assert those as well. And because he's such like a kind human being, it gives you the opportunity to be able to assert those boundaries and affirm yourself in those boundaries without any feelings of guilt or regret. And that's going to help you to grow those elements of your boundaries in other relationships as well. So he's definitely like, you know, a soul connection. I definitely think that he's a part of the soul family. Right? Right? Hope that was useful for you though, my love. Right, let's go and dive into Kayla's reading, and then we're going to go into, Kay's reading, sorry. We're going to go into Kay's reading, then we're going to come back to Kayla, and then we've got Nadira. All good, my love. And then we've got Ari. And that will be it for the night. So we have Kay's reading. Let me go and check it because I think I started. Kay wants a general. Okay, so Kay said, and then we've got Kayla. I've got her reading as well. Already starred her question, and then we've got Nadira. Oh, good, my love. I'm glad that it was useful for you. Okay, so Kay said, general reading. I did house cleansing. I sensed something else lingering inside. Not old man. Thanks. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's do a general reading on Kay. Okay, let me be a little bit more specific in context. We want to do a reading around the house and what this energy, this residual energy is that's present. There was already a cleanse done. Oh, thank you. Dang, that's a lot of cards. Okay, let's get them going. Interesting. Are you here, Kay? Because I may need to sort of like unpack it with you as well. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Anna, the free list is closed, my love. Donation list is open, but I'm not really sort of like taking anything in at the minute. I'm actually going to be wrapping up with the last 3 that I have after this. I don't have the capacity to keep going like I would do if I wasn't necessarily dealing with a cold. Sorry, my love. But yes. Kay, you here, my love? Just to clarify, because they're showing me that whatever you're kind of like navigating through, yeah, Anna, I think I'm due here again next Saturday. From looking at my schedule, I'm probably going to be here next Saturday. So tune in next Saturday. If you're subscribed, hit the notification bell and you'll know when I actually sort of like because I put the memo out that I'm going to go live like a day before, so everybody can get into the space and get onto the free list. And it's usually packed by the time I get in here. So if you do want to get onto the free list, your best bet is to kind of like hit the notification. That way you actually know when I'm live and you can, get into the mix. But yeah, okay. Are you here, my love? I still haven't gotten clarity on whether or not you're here or not, but what they're saying to me is that so the situation of the lingering, like the presence that you sort of like feel lingering in the space, this was potentially I don't want to say it was a spirit, the best way that I can put it. I don't want to call it a money demon, but it was a spirit that was basically feeding itself off financial worries. That's how the spirit was fed, basically. Whenever there's like financial worries or worries, that entity would naturally feel like, well, they just start feeding. They'd start feeding basically on those thoughts of worry, and then they'd start injecting those thoughts of worry themselves so that they can start feeding. The more of your time they take, basically, was like the agenda when it comes to that situation. So if you kind of like found yourself at any point, and it's not even yours as well, this feels like something that was projected into the space by someone else, potentially 2 people. Okay, are you here, my love? Because I need to have a conversation with you, beautiful. This is like our time to properly like be able to like communicate and unpack, because I need to ask you, like, was there someone who was really concerning themselves about money worries, money concerns? Because they left that there. They left that presence or that spirit there for a while, actually. For a while. It's been a good few months. Thank you, Kayla. I do already have your question starred as well, my love. I don't know if Kay's in the room. I don't know if she's kind of like left the space again, but basically what they're saying to me is now you're moving into an adjacent possibility, like you're moving into new realms of reality where you could have potentially walked away from where you could have potentially walked away from your financial breakthrough, but instead you're actually pushing through. And that's what they're speaking about. Like this spirit was here to kind of like be it's kind of like a guardian spirit for like your coins, basically. Like how they talk about leprechauns. He was like guarding your gold at the end of the rainbow, right? Your pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That's the best way that I can put it. Very thieving, conniving spirit as well. It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I'm getting more of a okay when I say money demon. This wasn't it, that's why I was struggling as well. It's kind of like a, for lack of a better way of putting it, it's kind of like a venomous leprechaun sort of like energy, or entity. The spirit has a love of money. And it's so interesting because I'm like, what do these spirits do with money? They can't even do anything with money in their reality. You know what I mean? It's just like, but they get a kick out of how we utilize or not utilize money in this reality, because then that gives them power depending on how much money we possess or not. But yes, so this was kind of like a yeah, that kind of entity. But it seems as though you've kind of gotten your own, you've claimed your power to a certain degree, and I feel like the spirit is now in a place where they're now acknowledging that they don't necessarily have as much of a stronghold over you anymore. And I think it's one of those situations as well where you're now the authoritative in terms of the dynamic and the situation when it comes down to it. They no longer, so a lot of the times with low vibrating spirits, they will have a time span on how long basically God will give them, will allow them to basically be a pestilence in our lives for, right? Depending on how we make decisions and stuff like that. But based on how your mind is at, where you're vibrating at the minute, like this presence doesn't necessarily have the capacity to kind of like keep you in places that you had been. I want to say like probably in the last 5 to 6 months, from time to time, just because it's waves. And it depends on who you be talking to and how you're navigating through the space based on who you're speaking to. But yeah, you're kind of like moving into a place now where you can claim some of that blossoming abundance that's rightfully yours moving forward. And I mean, the spirit isn't necessarily the like best pleased, I guess is probably the best way that I can put it. The spirit isn't best pleased about the situation, but they accept that this is kind of like where things are now. They accept that this is where things are as it stands presently. And for the most part, they've done their part to be able to kind of like push you mentally, and kind of like spiritually to that next level. Yeah. And they know as well that they don't necessarily, they can't even impact you in the same way that they did, because you were at a different level when you were vibrating at the frequency that they had. So it's interesting, right? Sometimes certain demons have to like, certain spirits have to team up to be able to like, I felt odd vibes in basement even after old man left. Oh, you're here, girl. Thank God. It's like talking for time. I was asking questions. It was a there was a little bit of a little sort of like leprechaun spirit is the best way that I can put it, just because it was a money entity. So there was money involved, because this spirit feels like an outsider in comparison to all of the other stuff we had going on, right? Oh, interesting. Sleep paralysis is usually what happens when a demon's basically, sometimes your body's basically fighting off demonic activation, basically, because sometimes that's what happens. I'd mood swing. Yeah, because again, that's what I was just about to say. I felt like something was feeding, messing with my energy. This is what I'm saying. That it was that kind of it was a little leprechaun spirit, for lack of a better way of putting it, girl. I remember one owner, he passed young. Okay. That might make sense how he can manifest in that kind of presence. Demonically speaking, they take different shapes and forms. That's just the way that they. I used to visit neighborhood as a kid. Relatives stayed there. Okay, interesting. The spirit doesn't necessarily. I can see your messages. I can see your messages now, girl. It was definitely delayed because I'm just like getting your messages coming through now because I was like asking for you a while ago, but I think I'm having a little bit of an issue with the lagging tonight because Sammy was doing the same thing as well earlier as well. I think it was like a good couple of minutes delayed on her end. Yeah, this is very, very interesting. That person who passed probably, yeah, they may have been making certain plans and was out of here prematurely in terms of like money, because that seems to be like their main thing. But sleep paralysis is usually what happens when demons are actually like trying to feed off us. Yeah. Literally. The woman before seemed kind of nasty but moved out. No, this is a masculine energy as far as this sort of like leprechaun money demon. Yeah, it's a masculine spirit. It's a masculine spirit. Interesting though. They don't necessarily have the same. My relationships and well-being was a roller coaster. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine because like it was basically feeding off your root chakra at the time. It was feeding off your root chakra at the time and it was throwing a lot of your equilibrium off balance. I think that you've grown a lot as you've kind of like navigated through the process of that. I felt like something walked through me before ages ago and probably did. Okay. And probably did. Yeah. Before I had zero clue what was going on. Okay. Okay. Before you basically awakened, they were playing. They were busy playing around. Yeah. Like a lot of the times with spirits that are vibrating because they can't host in a vessel that like basically you were probably vibrating a little bit higher than the frequency that you needed to be for them to be able to take host basically, which is probably why they would do things like sleep paralysis. They would feed off your worries, basically they would feed off your fears, and they would basically start to use your human against you. And this is why I say, like, the work that I do. Ari said to me the other day on IG, she was like, "You're always sick." I'm like, "Girl, the work that I do is not for the faint-hearted. Like, I'm constantly purging because I'm always like cleansing somebody else's demons or, you know, transmuting somebody else's low vibrating entity and spirits. Like, they will definitely attach themselves. The fact that it walked through you shows that your vessel was vibrating at such a frequency where it couldn't actually host inside of you, which is interesting. The mood swings meant that they were able to kind of like just have like little bats, just these little fractal moments of times where they can like play with your cognition basically and kind of like take host. But I'm sure that they whittled you down over time doing things basically to your body to be able to get to that place where they could actually you know, play host in your body from time to time. What do you do to protect yourself, my love? That would be my next question to you, because if you're navigating through a space where there's like these forces, I felt energies making me feel unwell. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We spoke about the five souls that are already in the okay, you sage. How's your prayer life as well? Because that's very, very important, because God's the only one that can actually wrangle these spirits. They're his. Let's be very clear. Like, they're his. I do protection warding more. Okay. Well, that's good. As long as you're keeping your fields of protection up. I read Psalms aloud. Okay, good. Good. good, good. Because it's the Psalms are very powerful for protection as well. 91 and 23 are two of my personal favorites. I've even I've remixed Psalm 23 for a what was it? It wasn't a spell. It was a because I created a makeshift altar, basically a magical altar where you can manifest your magic, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it, by remixing Psalm 23, taught by the spirits actually on how to do that. Basement felt weird, like someone was doing activity there, and yeah, because I think, and this is what we spoke about previously before as well, like I think that there's one particular presence that isn't necessarily like he's just entitled, right? He's just entitled. Hey, beautiful Jazz. That one spirit is entitled. And I think that over these 5 spirits, he just seems to be like wrangling everybody and rattling everybody. And I think for the most part, like this one particular spirit, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Like, and he doesn't like anybody. He doesn't seem to like anybody being in his space. He must have been an introvert in like his waking life. Definitely gives me hermit vibes because it's just like he's so anal retentive as well. Like he just likes for everything to be a certain type of way. It's just one of those types of situations where it gets a little bit tricky. Okay, Jazz. It gets a little bit tricky in navigating through the space with him. This is interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to pull. What do you guys advise our girl do about this situation, right? Because there's so much like to the situation as well. What do you guys advise that Kay does when it comes? Okay, thank you. Okay. 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 Now I realize why my life was rocky. Yeah, because like the spirit was feeding. It was feeding off your root chakra, and it was impacting your solar plexus as a result of that. Sometimes it would like take pockets of time. I don't know if you found yourself daydreaming as well around about that time, like just randomly, significantly quite a bit as well. That was also another thing that it would do to rob your time. It's a very miserable spirit, a very miserable spirit. It's not really surprising, really, that it's sort of like my stomach used to ache. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense because they would feed off. I was diagnosed with depression. Yeah, yeah. See, because this is the thing. Like, are you in this? You're not in the same place at the minute because what I was seeing with the situation, tired, moody, paranoid. Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like as you are like constantly picking up on that energy, that spirit. Your body was tired from actually like having to host this spirit who's so moody, and it was making your human paranoid because your human was trying to understand what is going on because it could sense the shift, right? Girl, yeah. uh that house needs to go, period. Nobody needs to live there. Okay. It's so interesting. It's funny that you asked that, right? Because it seems like it's a okay, let me see if I can find it. Um, because it seems like it's a bit of a, I want to say sort of like a leprechaun sort of like money demon type dynamic, but it's also very elfish, like it's very mischievous as well at the same time. So I'm trying to mm, okay, so um definitely an energy vampire. I used to think it was an ex-coworker used to mess with my energy because it felt like it may have been a spirit working on her behalf in that case, because it definitely had something to do with money. Definitely had something to do with money. It was all about money, like it was all about like impacting your coins. That was the whole point of it. Now I recall stuff was moved a few times, utensils broke or disappeared. Like how are you in wrangling the spirit now? After I met her, I got sleep paralysis. Yeah, 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 yeah. It might be her demon coming to attack you on her behalf. People don't realize like the shit that really actually goes on. This is why I come here all the time to have these conversations out loud, because like people don't realize like you might be upset about something right now and you're thinking about that person, and guess what, there's an energy working on your behalf that is basically moving in attack towards that person, and that person's now going through spiritual warfare because of your low vibrating feelings. Like that's literally how these things work. Oh, there's woods behind my house. Oh, very eerie. Very, very, very eerie. That's like open lands for these types of spirits to just roam around. Lately, I've been noticing much. Yeah, good for you, girl. Good for you. Clearly, your vibration is rising because the spirit can't play with you in the same way that it has done in the past. But I would definitely say that confidence is everything, right? Their whole thing, basically, if you feel any ounce of fear, they're gonna feed off that, and then that's gonna kind of like strengthen them, and then they're gonna have the capability to be able to kind of like come and play host. Basically, when they're able to lower your vibration, then they're able to come and like basically play around with your neurology and occupy your body for like little intervals of time. um Many trees were chopped down. There was a war fought in this area. Neighborhood has shifted. That's a lot going on. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot, and especially when people start cutting down trees as well. Like the trees provide us with our downloads. They actually like keep the vibrations of things fairly high. Um, so that's even interesting as well. Different people. Guy next door has house attached. I saw a shadow like it was snooping. Oh my god, girl. Damn. Like the grounds, I shined my light on it and it left. Yeah. The grounds, I had a conversation with you about this, and I said to you that there's lots of spirits there, like lots of spirits. Then I did a shield. Good for you, girl. Good for you, because then you don't, you don't want to make yourself a beacon basically to these spirits, because then they start coming, because clearly they're already in the area. We had a conversation about this as well. Like I think that those lands in particular dealt with a lot of trauma, and there are still a lot of lost souls still wandering around there, basically. By the sounds of it, is tormenting the current occupants of the town. I'm hoping these spirits are outside now. What you guys say? Okay. 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 A war fought in this area. A river isn't too far off. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense about the war fought in the area. That makes sense. Because there are still souls that are basically trapped there from the ruins of the war. A stagnant seeming river area has stagnant type people too. Okay, reflecting the flow of energy in the area. Girl, you need to get out of that space. You've grown and evolved and outgrown. And I'm sure, do you know what? It's so funny because even myself, somebody who loves like engaging with spirit, I never really want to be where there's like high levels of spirits. Why? Because I don't need y'all messing with my like equilibrium. You know what I mean? But you're more than likely dealing with like some jinns in the area basically that is roaming on a different timeline that is basically intercepted into this timeline, which is probably the most challenging thing to navigate through because a lot of the times they're not necessarily sort of like seen. You know what I mean? But yeah, PayPal's in the description box, my love. Yeah, the advice for you, yeah, 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 you shall be, you shall be, you shall be. I think that it's not necessarily going to take too long per se because this was the whole thing. Like I said, like whatever was going on with the spirit in the house, it had something to do with money, and that was the whole process of every gin girl. That was the whole process of how everything was kind of like manifesting in the space. Yeah. Yeah. And I have to say it's a gin because it shape shifts in so many different like formats. Um I feel this neighborhood is attracting stuff because of the water and spiritual stuff, not just this house. I agree. That's why I said, like, get out of the town. Because when you said, like, war's been fought on the land, there's a lot of trauma basically that the land has seeped up. Like, there's nowhere for that to go. Energy doesn't die, it simply transforms. So now that is literally in the soil, right? Fate put me in that house to help. Definitely, 100%. I think that you're there to help whatever souls have kind of like called out to you and reached out to you, the ones that you're able to help. There's others that basically are there to also torment you. I used to see more cats. Yeah. Cats are our spiritual protectors. They're our familiars. Where are all the cats now? Are they gone? Do we have to worry about cat spirits too? Sometimes my cat, like, he's transitioned. I've got like his urn over there on the altar as well. Sometimes he comes in spirit and like tickles my foot with his tail. He misses me sometimes. I miss him too. But yeah, you'll be leaving soon. Definitely believe that. Definitely believe that. It could be within the next 3 months as well. Yeah. 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 Don't think me weird, guys, just because I said that. I've got like my cat's ashes over there on the altar in his urn. There was like two of them, and they both died together. So we just had to like put them both together. And I chose to take them because I'm weird like that. I don't know what else to say. I'm like, oh, I'll take it, ma'am. I'll just place it on the altar. You know, they need some memories as well. I've even got a photo of the two of them on the altar right next to their urn as well. We keep these things alive to keep their spirits alive, basically. But yes, my love, you should be out of there presumably within the next 3 to 4 months. I am seeing there may be a little bit of a delay, which is why it's now 3 to 4 months. Because initially I said 3 months, but it's a 3 to 4 months. Yeah, sounds like there's a lot going on there, though. Sounds like there's a lot going on there. It sounds like there's a lot that has been on there, and now there's a little bit of a come down from all of that. So yeah, that's interesting. But I hope that that was useful for you. I don't even know, like, if I was able to, like, bring any valid, viable information, other than kind of, like, validating some of your previous experiences. But yeah, you'll be out there soon enough. Don't worry. You've still got, like, one little assignment before you finish. And we spoke about the spirit that is there to be transitioned through you. Okay? And after that, you get your freedom papers. I'm sure there are protection prayers from Bible that can help us as long as you are here. Oh, definitely. 100%. There's so many scriptures there as well, that can be remixed, if you will, as well. Okay. Yes. Right. So let's go ahead and let's get Kayla's question done. And then we've got Nadira and then Ari. Kayla's question. What's this one? Okay. How did Elle feel about being intimate with me again? Okay. They say if you play Surah Baqarah in the house, all the evil forces exit the house. Do you hear that, 1K? Play that surah. It's kind of like scriptures, basically. A surah is referring to like a scripture. Surah Baqarah, that can assist you with the clearing and the cleansing. That old man seems annoyed, I bet. Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, his energy is just like so, oh God, miserable. He's just like, he's literally just a spirit of misery. I don't know how else to put it, but God, if that's what he's like in death, he must have been something in waking life. Boy, you can find it on YouTube. Yeah, definitely. 100%. 100%, Mina. 100%. For sure, for sure. That is a good one as well. Okay, Kayla, let me know if you're in the building. We're going to go and dive into your reading now. And then we're going to chop it up and try and get out of here in a little while. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so we're going to read Kayla's question, then we've got Nadira, and then we've got Ari, and then we're done. I'm surprised, actually. I did fairly okay. It's like 3.5 hours in. We've got 2 more. Like, did he enjoy it? Regret it? Okay. Let's find out, my love. How did Elle feel about being intimate with our girl, Kayla, recently? Oh, thank you. Okay. 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 He felt like that was basically what he was kind of like working towards, to be fair. I don't know how else to put it to you, girl. He definitely felt like it was something that he was working towards. I feel like it's not necessarily something that he regretted. No, I think if anything, it felt like a moment of like mental clarity. Like you guys were finally sort of like having a breakthrough after just kind of not necessarily being clear about where you guys stand or are with each other. Okay. Yeah, he's at that place where he feels like, after being intimate, he's willing to kind of like be optimistic about what the potential of the situation could be again. He likes the chemistry. He can appreciate that there is a strong magnetic attraction. But he also knows that he has to do differently in the space with you, and it requires him being able to kind of like do some work, I guess, because he kind of like learned that, there's a little bit of an unrequited love dynamic, which means that it's not just about the love, it's really about laying the foundations of a relationship. Do you want a relationship with Elle? Let me ask you that. Are you sort of like looking for a relationship with Elle? With you guys like recently being intimate again? Answer me that question. Let me ask you this though, guys, because this is the real tea. What does he want Kayla to know since their recent moment of intimacy? That's the question we want to dive into, right? What does he want Kayla to know since their recent moment of intimacy? Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, so what he wants you to know is that his previous indecision that caused a little bit of a delay, that was like a moment where he was just kind of like, it was a fall from grace moment. I think there was a lack of confidence on his end as to whether or not he could really sort of like execute being in the space with you and being able to meet your expectations. There was a little bit of egotism in there as well. And I think that he has, if anything, he has regrets of what he didn't do previously, which is why he's appreciative of this opportunity again to be able to sort of sit class, actually. Okay. So how do you see things playing out for them moving forward? That part, right? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. What's the communication like with you guys overall? Because they're showing me that you guys are probably going to still continue to navigate through some issues with communication, which then will kind of like, it will determine what happens with the progress that you guys are kind of making at the minute. So what's your communication like? How are you guys in that class? Tell me, mama. Oh, my bad. I'm going to close out the space and ask the angels what's their guidance for you, whilst you let me know what your communication is like. Okay. What is the angelic guidance for our girl Kayla as she navigates through the process? Okay. Okay, that's what's up. Oh, I don't know if you can, oh, I might still be dealing with a lag situation, right? They're saying, yeah, like you're a firm yes on the situation. And as things kind of like unfold, there'll be forgiveness, throughout the process as well. In terms of how the romantic side of things kind of like progresses, because I think you guys are going to be challenged with some of your old dynamics kind of like playing out in this space, and you'll find that you struggle to maintain like your levels of positivity. But it's about taking the right action in spite of how you're feeling in the moment, right? And those will be you guys' sort of like tests in navigating through the process of this second wave or cycle for you guys this time around, right? But they're saying it's a yes, like it's a firm yes, as far as what needs to transpire between you guys right now, for the most part, with everything. I think that he feels like it's a yes for him as well. I think that the situation feels like comfortable. It feels comfortable and safe for the most part, even though there's so much trauma, I guess. Okay, thank you. They're saying no, not safe, familiar. Feels comfortable and familiar. But because there's elements of questioning the levels of safety in the space, you guys are going to have to sit through some of the old classes that you guys navigated through last time. So keep me posted and let me know how that goes, girl. That part. Okay. So, who do we have next? We have Nadira. Nadira. Let me know, my love, what your question is. And we will take it from there. And then we're going to close out the space with Ari. Oh, I'm actually tired now, to be fair. So I'm glad that we're coming to the end. Yay. Shoot me your question, my love. We'll go ahead and unpack it for you. Oh, how am I standing in my own way? That's such a powerful question. That's a good one, my love. Okay. Let's talk about it. Let's get your question up. Such a good one. So Nadira wants to know, guys, how could she be standing in her own way? Okay. Well, the lack of clarity is one aspect of things. You're not too clear about what it is that you're trying to do, so your focus is off, which means that your manifesting is disturbed. It's not clear. You're meeting lots of resistances. There's a lot of fears that you're having to move through because of your lack of clarity, which is causing confusion and chaos as a result. Okay. Okay, another factor to the situation. Oh, interesting. This is interesting. They said that another area that they said another area of the situation that's a bit of a struggle for you is this need to control the uncontrollable aspects of the situation. So the things that you tend to focus on aren't necessarily always the things that are within the remit of your control. They said that for the most part, a lot of your own personal energy tends to be scattered, and then you tend to focus on other aspects that you need to control, but that's not for you. Like, that's not where your focus needs to be. They're like, that scattered energy is what's causing a lot of the delays, and it's because of that scattered energy why you might be in a position sometimes to make like really quick and hasty decisions without weighing up all the factors to the situation sometimes. So they're like, this thing on wanting to be able to control the variables that are within one's control, it's a little bit so it's interesting. They're like, oh, well, it's asinine. We were speaking about the Neptunian energy earlier, right? And we're talking about the layers and actually finding the right sort of balance between it. What it comes down to is really knowing, okay, what do I have control over? What is it that I want to do? And really being able to work with those two key components with the situation, as opposed to trying to control things. So what do I mean by that, right? So, because they're like, break it down, right? What do you mean by that? One example that I can give is, I want to, you mentioned before, you want to do tattooing, but you haven't necessarily committed to the decision. Some of the variables that are within your control is to spend time getting into the habit of tattooing, so it can become something that is consistent in your repertoire, right? But that would be something that you can control, how much time you spend tattooing, or at least practicing tattooing, so that you can continue to grow in your passion for it, and that momentum that you continue to build from actually doing it will start to create a wave that will be able to kind of like assist in manifesting that seed, right? It's like nurturing the seed. So that would be an example for you, basically. So you don't necessarily always give time to the things that you want, and that stems from your fears sometimes. Or okay, mama. So what they're saying is sometimes you have to work at your self-worth, because sometimes your fears can override your passions. There are things that you may be super, super passionate about, but the moment that your fear starts to speak, it's so interesting how quickly you can talk yourself out of all the reasons as to why it's not for you, or why you're not good enough, or why it's not going to happen, or why it's just like you're not capable. So dead that, like, we're gonna like control or delete that. We're gonna wrap that up in a nice little, I've got a bin right here, girl, so don't worry, I'm gonna bin that for you. Okay, bin that. I'm gonna wrap that up and throw that in the bin, because that's not going to be beneficial. It's not going to be useful. But what you can do in terms of the variables that are within your control, your time and how you use it is within your control. How much of your time you spend doing the things that you say that you want to do is within your control. And how much you believe in yourself as well. I think one of the things, are you laughing at when I threw it in the bin? I really did throw it in the bin. I meant that for you, girl. Like, seriously. We're going to throw it in the bin. For real, for real. But another thing with the situation, I feel like sometimes you don't always communicate to the universe like what it is that you want, because there's like still an element. Oh, that's good to know that you're here, Ari. I was thinking, like, if you're still here, it's been a minute since I've seen you in the chat. But yeah, I was thinking with the situation, like sometimes you don't necessarily like claim that's it. Sometimes you don't always claim what it is that you want. So these are some of the things, like you got to get more vocal, and you've got to really level up your belief as well. Like, you believe in yourself, but there's like a cap, right? And when you're believing in self, listen, wherever there's a cap, you're gonna have to push through those fears, okay? So when you get to like those caps of your ceilings, okay, so in terms of navigating through like the self-belief stuff, when you find that you always know that you've basically met your cap, because your fear starts to speak. So that's when you know that you've met like your capacity in terms of how much you believe in yourself in that situation, right? So when your fear starts to speak, listen to your fear, because your fear is basically there to let you know how you're responding to the environment around you. So it's like belief is basically now being tested, and belief is now lent into fear to be able to say, okay, um, you do need to speak and journal more, beautiful, because what the writing does, it gets it out of here and down. That, like, that's the first stage of manifesting. Like, let's be clear on that. This is why people are like, oh, when I write it down it comes through, it's manifest. Well, you're writing a script basically for how your scenes are going to be like playing out, the likelihood of how your scenes are going to be playing out. So definitely, if you struggle to be able to vocalize, journaling is an easy way to get comfortable with the process of being able to vocalize. And especially for yourself, it will allow for you to be able to get comfortable with the dialogue of how you vocalize with yourself, firstly. And then, you'll be able to kind of like become comfortable in being more confident in expressing that to the universe, and having the universe basically reflect it back to you based on where you are vibrationally speaking. But back to the belief thing, right? When belief is being tested, it leans into fear as a way to be able to get guidance on its navigation. Am I on point? Nope, 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 no, because this is what fear is doing. Fear is like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go with fear. Like, fear is going to show up to let you know where you are in terms of your level of belief. So if you thought that you were like a level 8 on your belief scale when it comes to certain things, and then something happens and then it triggers you and you realize, well, technically I'm actually more of a level 6 there, I need to up that level, because it requires at least a level 8 for me to break through like the precipice of that situation to get onto the timeline that I'm trying to get onto, as far as the experience I'm trying to manifest, right? So different timelines require different levels of belief, and different levels of fear as well. So fear has to be vibrating at a certain frequency in comparison to your level of belief, because fear is always going to be there. It's a necessary part of the human compass, emotionally speaking, because it kind of like keeps us aware of danger, and we need to be aware of danger. It's important. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to learn how to rationalize your fears. I think that that's probably the biggest thing that I can give to you in terms of like manifesting with your belief. You have to learn how to rationalize your fears. Definitely would say doubt is a major factor as to why fear starts to speak. So usually when belief is kind of like doing its thing and it's all confident in everything, doubt creeps in, and then it is the voice for fear to basically start projecting its thoughts and stuff. So yeah, I would say really what assisted myself in terms of like my relationship with doubt. Wrote a letter to doubt years ago. I continue to update this letter every so often when I feel like doubt is overstepping its boundaries, and I'm like, doubt, bruh, I told you, like, let's keep you to a level 2 or 3, right? Because you're intercepting how Shakima is doing what she needs to be doing. Because what happens is that doubt is a protective mechanism, right? It's a protection mechanism, and we develop it when we're younger, as a way to be able to protect ourselves. And you'll see doubt in lots of different places, like your ability to speak up for yourself. That's a level of doubt. I would say that's probably like a level 6.5 of doubt, and that would stem from relationship dynamics in your childhood where you were expected to speak and not be heard, be seen and not heard, basically. So presumably speaking, in your dynamic, in your I guess in your household situation growing up, you were, it's not that you weren't encouraged to speak, but it's just that your voice was kind of silenced, for lack of a better way of putting it. You were kind of muted. The adults around you did most of the talking, they made most of the decisions for you. And there wasn't necessarily much of a nurturing, basically, of your voice in the dynamic. So you're unlearning that program, firstly, and you're basically reparenting yourself in a way that's going to allow for you to be comfortable with your own voice and sharing your voice. The journaling thing is definitely going to help, because it's going to help you learn what your voice sounds like when you're being affirmative, articulate in terms of what it is that you want, so that you can work on those communication skills through your journaling process. And you'll also learn what it sounds like when you are being, what's the word? Authoritative in your own life and your own experience, right? And then you'll learn how to be able to bring that version of you from the journal into your actual physical reality as well. But I definitely say, like, first thing you can do is write Doubt a letter to let Doubt know this new relationship that you guys are going to have. Find out who was the first person that kind of like projected their doubts at you and kind of like basically ignited your spirit of doubt. For me, it was my mum. So we've had several conversations. Every time I update my program with doubt, I also have conversations with her to let her know where I'm at in terms of my doubt. And return to sender, to be completely honest with you. I do a lot of returning to sender to a lot of people on my lineage, because it's not mine, it's theirs, and I'm processing it for them because we share the same lineage, but I need to do my own work as well. So those are some of the things as well. You'll find that a lot of your stuff that you think is your stuff is not actually really your stuff. It's kind of probably from your lineage hard drive, whereas like your level of doubt is probably like a 4 or 5, and then you'll find that based on how maybe like somebody else processes their doubt, you find that your doubt is now like at 7 or 8, you know, because that's how you saw other people doing it, but that's not really where you're vibrating, type thing. So peel off the layers of other people's doubts as well. Really sit and tune into yourself over time as well, because doubt will continue to reveal to you who actually like was the accumulative projectors, basically, what situations projected and made you feel doubtful about yourself. What projections did you kind of like go through? Oh my days, I literally thought about you like about 5 minutes ago, girl. Grateful Queen. I thought about you about 5 minutes ago. I was like, it's been a minute since I've seen her. Hope she good. I was literally sending you some positive downloads in my subconscious whilst I'm here in this space as well. So that was funny. I missed you too, girl. I was just saying, just had that conversation with the guys. But yes, beautiful. What I was saying about the projections, you got to peel off some of the layers of those projections so that you can get back to just your doubt as well, because a lot of the doubts that you're carrying as well, which is why you find yourself in a lot of confusion, because a lot of the things that you think you're confused about, you're not really confused about. You are just appeasing other people, unfortunately, for lack of a better way of putting it. Again, just kind of like being considerate, which is, it's amazing to have that quality to be considerate, but you also have to find the right balance to like take into consideration what is best for you to consider and what perhaps isn't necessarily the best thing for you to really take on. So it's about finding that right balance, right? And oh, that's what's up. I love to hear that. Do you know what? I'm always thinking of you, so it's interesting. It's good to know where I get when I get the downloads coming through, because I'll have random thoughts of you and I'm like, oh, I hope she's okay. So that lets me know, obviously, when I'm getting those incomings, you're putting the thought out there, putting the thought wave out there, I'm picking it up. And I'm also like sending you positive energy. I'm glad to know that things are moving nicely. That's what we like. That's what we like. God is good. But yes, Nadira, my love, clean up a lot of the doubt. A lot of it isn't yours, which is what's scattering a lot of your energy and it's causing a lot of the confusion. Okay. because the confusion's actually not real. The confusion's something that you hide behind to be able to like appease other people and make them feel comfortable in your space. In time, you'll be able to like get more comfortable with basically disappointing people, because we're all villains at some point. You know, everybody has that origin villain story. I play a villain at least once a week in most of my relationships, okay? Because I have to like be honest, and that can be a challenge to navigate. So just own yourself, because yourself is really the person who's going to get you to the places that you're designed to get to, basically. And the best thing that you can do for yourself as well is to connect to future self. Dear future self, right? You want to be doing like journaling and stuff like that. Write letters to your future self asking how she got through some of the situations that you're navigating through right now. And she'll give you the downloads, because she got all of those codes already in her memory bank, because where you are is a memory for her. She's already experienced and navigated through all of this stuff. It's definitely a useful tool to be able to kind of like navigate. And then also another thing that you need to be doing is, as you're continuing to grow and heal a lot of these like places of yourself that's been impacted by the projections that you've received, definitely you'll need to also integrate with child self to help her understand, you know, why you're letting certain things go. Because sometimes basically as you're letting a lot of these things go and you're updating your program, your child self, because this is her natural programmed state, this has been her default setting basically up until this stage of your life, from the initial point that you basically set the program, mentally speaking, as you're updating it, that child self will be almost it will be almost like her default setting to go back to what's comfortable. And because you've done what has been normal for as long as it's been normal to you, you'll find yourself like battling basically through your past self and your present self, your child self and your present self. But look to future self for the answers, because future self has all of the tea, okay? All the tea. And you'll be able to get downloads from her. I think what you've created or what you've manifested is just something that you've created as a way to be able to protect other people's egos. And the moment that you decide to let those egos fall from grace, and I mean like fall from the grace of you basically like isolating yourself in a way to protect yourself, the moment that you stop doing that, you'll actually find that you grow magnificently. Magnificently. I just stopped in to say hi. I'm going, no, that's okay, beautiful. I figured. I'm glad that they actually like allowed you to stop into the space, because like I said, I've been thinking about you, and you've come to my mind a few times. And every time you do, I ask your guides, like, how are you doing? How's life? Like, how's everything? And they always tell me that all is well. And there's like really been like a bit of a pivot in trajectory. So I'm glad. Thank you for stopping into the space, my love, because you've been here in the subconscious and the collective out there for a minute. So I appreciate you for that. But yeah, Nadira, you feel me? You feel what I'm saying, right? Do these things, free yourself from the captivity of your old self. That's what you're freeing yourself from. Free yourself from the captivity of your old self, the version of you that felt that you had to operate a certain type of way to be able to appease certain people. And allow for this version of yourself to really be able to like execute her voice, like really share her voice with the universe, right? Let's close out the space. Let's close out the space and ask. Yeah, because it is, my love. Don't doubt yourself for a second. Don't doubt yourself, okay? Like your intuition, your guides, they done told you, look, like once you take, it's a mask basically. Once you take off that mask, like bam, you'll be surprised like how many things start happening so quickly. Like a lot of the things that you had been like working at manifesting for a while, it's like even with the tattooing thing, you don't do as much as you would like to do on that because of other people's opinions. Like, a lot of this is to do with other people and where they feel comfortable about who you are, who you should be. Let go of that. That ain't got nothing to do with you. That's between them and God. They need to take that up with God. God designed you for his purpose, not theirs. Do you understand? Like, whatever you feel kind of like on your heart, that is what's written for your story. Okay? That part. Okay? Let them take that up in the court of God. That's got nothing to do with you. Okay? Whatever God they serve, they're going to have to take it to that God and really unpack it so that they can find and make their peace with your choices. Right? What is the overall guidance for? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, that part, girl. I need to work on my confidence, that part. And I'll tell you something. Your confidence is actually a lot stronger. Your confidence is really 80%, but you project it like 62%. Why? Because when you project it at 80%, it makes other people feel uncomfortable. It's actually 87% as far as where your confidence really is. But you're that confident that you are confident enough to like lower the bar of your confidence to make other people feel confident. That's how confident you are. Girl, elevate that 62% to the full 87% of who you are in confidence class. Okay? That part. This is your guidance. Okay? They said take action. It was one word. They were like, that's all you need to do. Take action. Right? There's not necessarily any opportunities that's coming right here and right now. There's so many opportunities that you've already kind of like been working through that has been like slipping through the fingers due to procrastination, and the procrastination has been manifesting due to lack of motivation, and the lack of motivation has been manifesting through the projected doubts of others that is weighing very thick on your auric field. Like, it's all over your aura, basically. Take all that gunk off. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little energy bath tomorrow when I do my little stuff in the morning. Okay, but take all that gunk off, and you're good to go, mama. Because your natural self is already there. I'm telling you, already there. You just downplay yourself quite a lot, to make other people feel comfortable. But yeah, that's not your job, mama. Okay, it's not your job. Your job is to shine as bright as you can, to inspire others to aspire to the levels of your capacity to radiate light. Okay? That part. I hope that was useful for you, though, my love. Whew, that was a whole lot, though, girl. It's so funny because I said to them, when you came into the space, I was like, yeah, I've been getting downloads like for her, but I haven't tuned into the space until I've like come into the space with her to really be able to unpack whatever it is that she needs to be sort of like, speaking on. So I'm glad that we were able to, break it down in the space today and really get to it. So I'm going to clean up some aura, like I'm going to do some energy cleanse for you tomorrow in the AM when I do my little morning routine and stuff. And yeah, like you continue to do your work. Do you know what? I did get a download from Manny the other day, and he said you were doing much better. And I was just like, yeah, that's nice. It's good to know that she's doing well. He was just saying that like you seem to be in a place where you've got cognition back as well, because basically there was a lot of clouding over your mind. Again, we were dealing with other people's projections, but he was like, yeah, she seems more like level-headed, like she's back in her rightful. I've sent energy a few times actually, and I've sent the guides a couple times where I felt like, oh, I don't know really where the energy is at right now, but it's probably you navigating through that spirit of confusion because of other people's projections. But now that I know that that's really the thing as well, I'm gonna make sure I keep a watch for you in spirit on that as well. Yeah, I keep you covered on that. But good luck with it, beautiful. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Because I think that was one of the things that he was kind of like, there was a point where I was like sending energy and I was sending the guides like practically every day, actually. Like for the first, so I've been away for like a couple of weeks, right? And for like the first week, it felt like I was sending the guides like every other day, every other day. It's like if I forget, I felt a certain type of way. I was like, oh snap, like let me like make sure that because I know obviously you're still working at being able to sort of like utilize your own guides and everything like that. I'd remind my guides to go and make sure that your guides have everything on check, right? But then by the second week, it was like, oh, he was like, oh, she's doing much better now. You don't need as much protection. I was like, okay, call off the guards. Like, she's doing okay. Come on, guys. Come on. So I'm glad that you're doing a lot better, but gonna keep making sure that, I clear that energy for you because, I see now exactly how detrimental it's been to the psyche. So I'll do some clearing. Okay. Right. So let's get into Ari's stuff. I think this was the start of your question, right, Ari? Yeah, I think so. So I want to get clarity on why Jesse, Libra, wanted Courtney, Capricorn, and not me. Okay. What does he think she has that I don't? Oh, interesting. Or if the message comes up, you should see it if it was because I wasn't his type. Like, did he only like white girls or something? Potentially. Let's go and dive into it. Let's go and dive into it, girl. Okay. Why did Jesse sort of like choose Courtney and not our girl Ari? Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for stopping into the room. I sensed we were going to be meeting again. You were actually one of the factors. You, Nina, Ari, were like three of the people that was a pulling into this space tonight, despite the fact that I wasn't sure how I was going to get through it. I hate to be that kind of person, but that could be the reason why he wanted her and not me. No, it's not that. Listen, you don't have to be a type of person. People have personal preferences. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. And at least if you know a person's preference, then, it's not personal to you. It's just what it is, It's just what it is, girl. Okay, so why did Jesse want Courtney? Let's start there first. We're going to start there and then we're going to look at why not you. Okay. 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 So why her as opposed to Ari then? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I don't think that he is only it hurts even more that he's happy with her to like know I want you to be happy with me. You could be happier with me. Oh, don't worry, girl. Listen, just like the job, the man's coming. Okay? All God's timing. All God's timing. So, looking at the situation here, I do think that it did have something to do with them looking like each other. It was just an easier choice, basically. There wasn't necessarily like it was an easier strategical choice, basically. There wouldn't necessarily be like all of these other factors and components to navigate through, culturally speaking. Yeah, yeah. It was an easier choice, basically. It was an easier choice just all round, like in terms of like friendship groups, family dynamics, dealing with the relationship on a whole. I think he just felt like it was easier to be with Courtney as opposed to kind of like introducing someone like yourself into the mix. I do think as well, why wasn't necessarily, yeah, his friends are friends with her, yeah. So I wasn't really his type physically. There was an attraction, but I don't think that he was really prepared to kind of like test the waters on that curiosity. That's the best way that I can put it. There was an attraction, but he wasn't prepared to test the waters on the curiosity. He was kind of like indecisive on whether or not he wanted to like go there, basically. And also, I think for him, he felt like potentially it wasn't necessarily going to go anywhere, even if he was to go there. So I think he just kind of felt like, yeah, he's just kind of saving some time. Mm, yeah. Yeah, I think he felt like he was avoiding like a stormy situation potentially with you. There would have been too many other factors and variables to kind of like make the situation work, and he wasn't prepared to work that hard, basically. So she was an easier option, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mama. He was attracted to you. That part. That's the strongest one that I get. That's the strongest one that I get. That the family dynamics would have been far too complicated, and he chose the easiest option in the situation. Okay. Sorry, my love. The list is closed. I'm actually closing out on the last reading. As you can see, I've been here for like over 4 hours. I was only supposed to be here for 3. So I'm about to finish up shop and head off. But what is the guidance then for our girl Ari navigating through the situation? As clearly as you can, please. Oh, okay, thank you. That even hit my nose. Don't know if you saw that. Okay, let's see. This isn't necessarily an unlikely situation. I want a guy that will get me even if his family doesn't like me. And you so deserve that, my love. Shit, I'm never I myself have navigated through those. I was like most people's first black girl, so it was always a thing. I've dated most races. I've just most races, not races. I've dated most races just because I like variety. Firstly, and I'm clearly eclectic, so I go across all spectrums. Like, doesn't care what others think of me, not even their family. Like, I'm their first priority. Yeah. Yeah, and you'll find it. It'll come. It'll come for you, beautiful. They're saying with this particular situation, though, it's not going to be like an unlikely outcome. It's not a case of even needing to let go of anything. It's really up to you to actually just kind of, listen to your intuition and actually sort of meditate on the answers. Forgive this particular situation because it's his loss, and moving forward, it's about just making sure that you're in the right places to sort of give the right yeses, right? Because as much as you like him, I will say this to you, right? Because I know that you have an attraction to Caucasian guys. I would say it's important that whoever you go with, because like my ex bestie, she ended up like married to a Caucasian guy, but he only dated black girls. That was his thing. That was his personal preference. So I think if you're gonna go there, it's important for you to know that you're not just an experiment, basically. Like that's literally what they're into. That's his type. Um, I kind of have a fantasy about dating a guy that hasn't dated a black girl before. I did that grow up. I was most people's first black girl, like I said. Did that in my younger years. My main preference is white guys, but Latino men are my second preference. Okay, okay, mama. I find a guy that I like even more than him and is even cuter than him, then I'll probably let it go easier. That part. I'm very attracted to white guys, but I'm open to dating Latinos. Asians aren't really my preference, but I do find some Asian men attractive. Well, my partner's Asian. That's my preference now. I've like I've like gone all across the spectrums. I'm like, I think I like this one. That's it. And now my preference actually is Asian men. To be fair, it's just a courtship thing, amongst other factors. A lot of our ideologies kind of align. So that's another thing as well. It's important that you guys share the same values. So it doesn't even matter, like, yeah, I guess like in society, yeah, race and stuff. Well, that like needs to be taken into consideration. But if a person already has a personal preference and you're that preference, then it's not an issue. But you guys having the same, like, I guess, a similar moral compass is what's going to determine the strength of the relationship and how long that relationship's able to last and flourish. There will always be a guy more attractive than another guy, even if the guy is a 10 out of 10. That part, they would probably just be harder to find, or you would just have to find them. That part, that part. There's lots of attractive people out here constantly, and God is making, like, God's at some new level of like attractiveness. He is getting like even better with the attraction. So, you know, there's just going to be a whole bunch of beautiful people. Okay, a whole bunch of beautiful people out here eventually. But on that note, my love, I'm going to drop the mic and start getting myself together for bed. Don't have Bible studies tomorrow because my teacher's away, and her sister, who is going to be coming to do classes tomorrow, decided against it once I told her that I'm sick. She was like, look, my mom is 86 and she lives with us, so I can't chance that. I was like, yeah, that's why I let you know, girl. Because I don't want you to chance it either, just in case you have somebody you're thinking about. And to be honest, I don't go for men of my race. Not like I hate them or anything. I'm not really attracted to them, and they just aren't really my type. Like they can't seem to give me what I'm wanting. That part. That part. No, that part. To be fair, I'm attracted to all. I don't even think, like, for me as well, like I'm attracted to qualities, basically, not necessarily just like a physical features and stuff like that. So I'm attracted to most races, if not all races. I'm attracted to nice people. That's what I'd say. I'm attracted to nice people. My personal preference, in terms of physical intimacy, is Asian. That's just my personal preference, because that's what I've come to learn that I like. That's my safe place. So eventually, I guess you guys will meet my partner, but he's got swag. Okay, he's got cane rows, which I do. I got to do his hair tomorrow, actually, and he himself also will like talk to me in patois, which is broken English, Jamaican, because he's around Jamaicans a lot, so makes it easy. And also, being from Jamaica, we have a lot of I don't know if people realize, but the island Jamaica was actually originally owned by the Indians, the Arawaks and the Caribs of the land at the time. So that's like normal for me. Plus, I am part Indian as well. So part Indian, Chinese, Portuguese, and clearly black. That part. Maroon as well. So there's so much mixing and mixing and mixing. So I'm just like, ooh, that's probably why I like a little bit of everything, girl. Hey, Bubble. Bye, Bubble. As you can see, I'm actually packing up the cards, Bubble. I'm sorry you got to the room late, but maybe tune in next week, right? I think I'm going to be back out here on these YouTube streets, doing all the good stuff. Oh, do you guys want to see my skydiving video? Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up and share with you guys. I said to you guys I was going to share, and let me see if I can find it quickly and upload it. I fly. That was so cool. I don't know if you guys have ever done any or thought about actually doing any. I've even got my skydiving certificate. That part, right? That's what's up. Oh, can I download it? Oh, sorry. Let me see. I don't know. I've got the video on my phone, but for some reason, this isn't necessarily giving me an opportunity to just go. Oh, there we go. Let me download that, and then I will show y'all what I'm talking about. I'll upload it onto the thing here whilst I finish getting my last little deck together, and then you guys can see my little moment where I flew. That was so cool. If you guys have not thought about doing indoor skydiving, it's a nice way to kind of like get yourself into the game. Hold on, let me see if I can upload it here. Let me see if it's gonna allow me. Oh, it's allowing me. Y'all gonna get to see my little skydiving. Oh, that's what's up. This is what I did on the first week when I was off, y'all. And then after this, I got like hit. It was like, no. But yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a little thrill before I go. This is what your girl's into. I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie. Oh, dude. I so am. It was myself, my brother, my little sister, and his missus that went. Let me show you guys. Look at it. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Did you guys see me keep falling? I was the only one that actually managed to fly for a little bit, and that was my first time. Actually, that was my second time. You get a minute each time, but yeah, that was fun. I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. My brother said he's actually like willing to go and do skydiving out of plane. I told him he could do that on his own. That was as far as my adventure goes. It was cool. It was so cool, Mina. It was so cool. I was like, oh my God. And you know what was so funny about it, right? Whilst you guys were watching it, I was back here laughing my ass off because what allowed for me to actually be able to do that was my yoga. So I do yoga in the mornings, like I do yoga, prayer and meditation every morning, right? And there's like the Sphinx pose. So the Sphinx pose is actually that's what I needed to do. I was like, he was like, do this. I was like, oh, that's like my Sphinx pose. He was like, oh, like do the banana. And I was like, oh, that's like my Sphinx pose. Like that's what allowed for me to get the positioning right because you have to basically be like a banana, apparently, right? And my Sphinx pose is what actually helped me to be able to like. I was like, yeah, just think about yoga, babe. Just think about yoga. You've been training for this for like the last 5 years. This is yoga ready. It was actually so cool though. But if you guys ever get an opportunity to do something like that and you're an adrenaline junkie like myself, I'm going to figure out something else for us to do because we're going to do a bunch of stuff. We're going to do like a family staycation later on next month. So that weekend I will not be available, y'all. I'm not going to lie, no cap. It's my nephew's birthday weekend and it was so cool, Mina. I'm telling you, I was like, when I was coming out, I don't know if you guys couldn't see, but when I was coming out, there was like drool almost on my face. I was like, the wind. The wind is really intense. Like I went there with my hair like in a bun. At the time, I hadn't straightened my hair or anything like that yet. But I went with my hair in a bun, and I don't know if you guys saw, but I had to take out my hair because I couldn't fit the helmet on. And then when I did go in there, it was like I had a blow dry. I was like, damn, this was a lot, but it's only 2 minutes. You literally get to go in there 1 minute twice. But it was so dope. If you guys ever get an opportunity to do something like that, I don't know if you guys are interested in jumping out of planes. That's not my thing, but I would definitely do that again. I would do that with a VR. Next time I'm going to go and do it with a VR and go like skydiving in Dubai or something. So, yeah. That's what your girl did the first week. And then the second week, I don't have a video for when I caught the cold, but it was pretty bad. I slept for like the first 2 days. But thank you guys for being awesome. As always, I missed you guys so much. So I appreciate you guys kind of like, coming in and letting me know that you guys still care. I was like, oh, is anybody even still out there? No, thank you guys, man. It was fun. I wanted to share it with my family. I did it with my other family, but I wanted to share it with my soul family. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was dope. It was like, whoa. Like, oh my God, I'm flying. That's how I was in my mind. But I was like, stay consistent, Shakima. Stay. That's what you saw. Every time I kept falling, that's what was going on in my mind. I was like, oh my God, I'm flying. And then I fall. But I love you guys. I will see you guys next week, I guess. And I'll keep you guys posted on when we're not going to be able to do our lives because I'm going to be spending some more family time soon. On that note, I'm going to drop the mic and love you guys and leave it there. Mwah!
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Love you guys. Like, you guys are the bestest. Okay. I'm going to definitely put a prayer out there for you guys tomorrow, and I will see you guys next week. Okay. I already feel rejuvenated. Okay. What cold? Watch me tomorrow wake up and I can't breathe. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.